Chapter 1067. Yi Su was on the stage. Since he was on the stage, he could not be an audience. He had to be dragged into this sad and happy drama and play his role well, even if he was the hero who was destined to have a tragic ending. The disciples of the sword Garrett stood in front of the stage. They were all injured. But as long as they could stand, they would not let go of the swords in their hands and defend the area in front of them. For example, the sage of sword Liu Bai and Liu Yiqing, the area in front of them was their territory. The South Jin Kingdom had been completely occupied by the divine halls of West Hill, so the area in front of them was their last homeland. Long Qing knew that they would not give way. He slowly raised his right hand with a black peach blossom between his fingers. He glanced at them with his dark eyes. These men from the South Jin Kingdom had perfectly fulfilled the promise made by their sect. They fought to the last moment and did not let anyone get close to Yi Su before they all stopped breathing. They knew that death was coming, but they were fearless. Liu Bai once stabbed Haotian with his sword on the Peach Mountain. They were Liu Bai's disciples and grand disciples. They inherited the sword style and never forgot the surging Yellow River. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of, no matter Haotian's divine kingdom or Yama's abyss. Death did not come immediately. Chen Pipi walked out from behind Yi Su and walked to the disciples of the sword Garrett. He looked at Long Qing and said, "Do you want to destroy Taoism?" Long Qing looked at the gradually brightening sky and kept silent for a long time. Then he said, "You should know that this is the Master's will. I am just carrying it out." Chen Pipi's question was a bit random, and Long Qing's answer was also a bit strange. It seemed that he agreed with what Chen Pipi said. The war to destroy the new stream was the beginning of the destruction of Taoism. In fact, to understand the conversation, one only needed to think about why Taoism could tolerate Yi Su preaching in the human world for so many years and why they did not decide to kill him until now. Yi Su used to be a world wayfarer of Taoism, but now he was the most important and indispensable figure of the new stream. But he also had another identity: he was Yi Hongyu's most respected elder brother. If Yi Su was killed, Yi Hongyu would definitely betray Taoism. Even if Taoism killed her, the divine halls of West Hill would fall into chaos and even split. Under such circumstances, how could they say that they could defeat the Academy and the Tang Empire? If this war leads to the final victory of the Tang Empire because of this reason, how can the Dao sect continue to exist in the world? Long Qing looked past Chen Pipi and the disciples of the sword Garrett and fell on Yi Su. Yi Su was staring at the scroll on the desk, as if he was thinking about something difficult. The day he wrote the doctrine of the new stream, the foundation of Taoism was destroyed by him. Taoism, which no longer needed to believe in Haotian, was too attractive to those stupid humans. No one could reverse this trend, so he had to die. Taoism split? The levee has collapsed, and the flood is overflowing. Are you still stingy with digging soil to fill the levee? Long Qing paused for a moment and looked at the dissipating white smoke from the Taoism temple in the distance. He said expressionlessly, "Not to mention that she is already dead. Who can turn around?" Yes, the white smoke had already risen, so Yi Su's fate was sealed. Conversely, since Haotian Taoism wanted to kill Yi Su, then Yi Hongyu's fate was also sealed. For more than a decade, the brother and sister had only seen each other a few times. They did not seem to be close to each other, even indifferent. But in fact, everyone knew that their fates had always been linked. If Yi Su was to be killed, he had to kill them all. Yi Su picked up the brush and wrote a sentence on the paper. Then he looked up at Long Qing and said, "It's not difficult for me to die. Why do you have to do so many things and kill so many people?" Long Qing bowed deeply and straightened up. He said, "Senior brother, you are too modest. Killing you is the most difficult decision to make. Even the headmaster could not sleep at night because of this. How could Haotian Taoism not be careful?" Yi Su said thoughtfully, thousands of people have to die to kill one person. It seems that I deserve to die 10,000 times. More than 2,000 papal cavalrymen of the divine halls of West Hill rushed in from all the city gates. The armored horses only revealed their eyes and noses, which looked extremely terrifying. The cavalrymen on the backs of the horses were also fully armored. Their black armors were engraved with golden talisman lines, which were extremely dazzling. According to the tradition of Hautian Taoism, or in other words, the tacit agreement between Hautian Taoism and the Tang Empire, the total number of papal cavalrymen of the divine halls of West Hill should not exceed a fixed number. However, after the last war against the Tang Empire, the tradition was no longer applicable. The divine halls of West Hill had greatly expanded their army with the gold and silver resources offered by the kingdoms in the human world. Now the total number of papal cavalrymen had exceeded 20,000, which was enough to compete with the armored cavalrymen of the Tang Empire. 2,000 papal cavalrymen followed Heng Muliran to the north to Qinghe Prefecture and were suppressing the rebels who were loyal to the Tang Empire in the city of Yangzhou. Meanwhile, the other 2,000 papal cavalrymen went straight to the Song Empire from Peach Mountain and secretly followed Long Qing to suppress the followers of the new stream. Using such a powerful military force to deal with thousands of defenseless followers of the new stream and a small number of disciples of the sword Garrett was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It could be said that Hautian Taoism had made a thorough plan. They would never allow Yi Su to live and the new stream to continue to develop. The armored cavalrymen were extremely heavy. The hooves of the horses clattered on the streets. When the 2,000 cavalrymen moved forward at the same time, the clattering of the hooves became a thunderstorm. The papal cavalrymen galloped at a high speed with a cold expression. They did not care about what they hit. People in the streets tried to avoid them. There were panicked screams and screams of those who were knocked down. The streets were filled with dust. A few hawkers who luckily escaped from the hooves of the horses huddled outside a tea shop with pale faces. They looked at the cavalrymen galloping away, trembling and speechless. A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar did not hide in the street corner like the others. Instead, he carried his luggage and hurried on his way. He was covered with dust and sweat. He was heading in the same direction as the cavalrymen. Long Qing pointed at the small courtyard beside the square and the pile of firewood in the broken wall. He looked at Yi Su and said, "I spent the whole night piling up the firewood. Please go up there." Go up for what? Of course not to enjoy the scenery. Though the pile of firewood was higher than the ground and they could see farther, the scenery in their eyes must be red. Maybe it was blood or flame. Yi Su glanced at him and did not say anything. He lowered his head and continued writing. He said, "Let me finish this paragraph." Long Qing did not show any impatience because he did not need to. He walked forward. If he waited a little longer, it might become a legendary story in the history of religions. But he did not care about ruining the beauty. The swords of the disciples of the sword Garrett came forward. He waved his hand. The spades bloomed and the sword array was suddenly disrupted. At this moment, Yi Su stopped writing. He looked up and said, "I'm done." He was not writing notes or the doctrines of the new stream. He was writing about his travels. It was not the travel notes he had written while he was escaping from various countries. Instead, it was the travel notes he had written many years ago when he saw the black line in the wilderness and went to various countries to comprehend the life-or-death situation. The last one was written in Chang'an several years ago. In the city of Chang'an, there was a small Taoist temple. He lived in the Taoist temple for a long time. He repaired houses for the neighbors and saved money for the Taoist priests. He once debated with the eldest brother of the academy and negotiated with the vendors. What he had learned when he traveled around many countries many years ago had finally blossomed in Chang'an. The so-called seeing through life and death had its true meaning. He had gained a lot, and those gains were officially revealed in front of the verdant canyon with Jun Mo's sword. They also gradually took shape as the smell of dirty water in the shabby alley in Linкong City faded. This was the formation of the doctrines of the new stream. It sounded simple but was actually complicated. The doctrines of the new stream were built on the basis of the West Hill scriptures and integrated with the ideas of the academy. Finally, they were determined by Yi Su's writing. There were no books to explain them. Even Yi Su himself only had time to write a few volumes of doctrines. He did not have time to finish this work. So he spent the last time writing this travel. This travel had a total of 5,041 words. It was only a description without any comments. It only wrote about what he saw and heard. There was only compassion and self-improvement. There was no begging or yearning for the afterlife. It was simple yet not simple. This travelogue only talked about one thing, being alive. What was faith? What was the meaning of the believer's faith? Those were the things that needed to be explained by the doctrines. That was the job of the followers. What Yi Su wanted to talk about was just being alive. How to live, why to live, and how to live happily. This travel did not give any answers. It only pointed out a way through the description of the life in the streets and the nostalgia for the suffering and happiness. To live happily, one must have faith, faith in oneself. What belonged to oneself, the divine hall to the divine hall, the human world to the human world, and Haotian to Haotian. This was the truth, or the way, that Yi Su wanted to tell his believers. At this time, he finally finished writing this travel note. He placed the brush on the table and blew a few mouthfuls of air at the ink that had yet to dry on the paper. He spread it out to dry, and it happened to be facing the morning sky. He wanted to show it to the heavens. He wanted heaven to see this travel. He wanted heaven to see the real human world recorded in the travel. He wanted heaven to understand what the human world wanted and what it did not want. Long Qing stopped and looked at the paper on the table, feeling a little uneasy. Yi Su stood up and said to the people, "We ourselves are the way, the truth, and the life. Follow yourself, and you will walk out of the dark valley and get the greatest joy." He said this yesterday. At that time, the snow was falling and the clouds were dispersing. The sunlight fell on him and gilded him. Snowflakes decorated him, making him look like a god and a saint. Today, he said this again after writing the travel. There was no snow, and the clouds in the sky had dispersed. The sky was blue, but the morning light suddenly became brighter, shining on his figure. He was no longer just gilded. From the eyes of the believers in the square, he was in the morning light, with his back facing the bright red sun. He was the morning light that represented hope. The tree beside the broken wall of the small courtyard was shattered by the collision of Tang Xiaotang and Long Qing, leaving only a half-foot-high stump on the ground. At this time, new branches and leaves grew under the morning light. The tender green branches and leaves trembled in the morning wind, looking delicate but full of vitality. From the last stroke, or from the time when the travelogue was unfolded for the blue sky to see, or from the sound of reading in the alley, or even from the time when they were in the small Taoist temple in Chang'an, Yi Su and the new stream that he founded later represented a certain part of human beings and began to compete with heaven for the rights, or to ask Haotian to take back the rights that originally belonged to human beings. From that moment on, history was rewritten. The morning light was bright, the blue sky was white, and the cold wind and snow were nowhere to be seen. The morning sun embraced his body and shone on the entire human world. It looked like a miracle, but it was not. Because this magical scene had nothing to do with Haotian. It was just the integration of nature and an ordinary person. It was his own glory. The fleeing believers saw this scene and gathered together again. They ignored the intimidation of the divine priests, deacons, and cavalrymen and rushed to the front of the platform, trying to get closer to Yi Su. The morning sun shone on the human world. Yisu's body was like a transparent glaze, carrying the sunlight and then spreading it to the human world. The light spread to a very far distance and even illuminated the streets in the distance. Those ordinary people who had just woken up or had not slept all night, those pedestrians who were hiding under the eaves from the papal cavalry's iron hooves, all saw the light in the square, saw that person in the morning sun. They were very shocked and somewhat perplexed. They subconsciously moved their feet and walked in that direction. The flow of people gradually converged into a sea. The thousands of people on the square were believers of the new stream, so they were more touched and shocked by the scene. Looking at Yisu in the morning sun, the believers knelt in silence and expressed their respect and love for him. Yisu stood in front of the morning sun with his back to the light. He looked at Longqing, the divine priests and deacons, and the thousands of believers in the square and said this. His voice was calm, not deliberately fanatical, and his emotions were also calm. He was different from the famous orators or saints in the history of religion. But his words seemed to have some magic power. Every word and sentence floated with the morning wind and shone in the morning light, like an unshakable prophecy. Longqing did not stop him because he also wanted to know what Yisu would say at this moment and what he would prophesy. The believers listened very carefully and attentively. When the everlasting night comes, the light of the sun will be completely covered, and the sky and the earth will fall into darkness. People will rejoice because that is the real life. Yisu's voice floated in the quiet square like the cicadas in the forest, the frogs in the pond, the wind in the cliff, and the waterfall in the autumn, making the world quieter. In the quiet world, people listened carefully as if they were listening to the teachings of a saint. Then they began to think. Even Longqing lowered his head and no one knew what he was thinking about. If this was a prophecy, then, what did it prophesy? Chapter 1068. At this moment, no matter whether Haotian would laugh or not, everyone in the square was lost in thought. There was a lot of information in this sentence, and it was inexplicably fascinating. Yisu's sentence was a prophecy at the beginning, but at the end, he was overjoyed. He mentioned the legendary everlasting night and made some comments about it, which was puzzling. What was the everlasting night? In the ancient legend of the cultivation world, it was a catastrophe brought by Yama's invasion. When Sangsang came to the world, Ning Ke carried her on his back and the headmaster killed the golden dragon in the wilderness. The legend was confirmed to be false. There was no Yama or the underworld. Then would there be an everlasting night? There would be an everlasting night, and there had been an everlasting night. There were still people living in the world who had experienced the everlasting night, but it had nothing to do with Yama. It was just that Haotian plowed in the spring, worked in the autumn, and rested in the winter. For most people, the long everlasting night was cold and cruel. But for Haotian, it was just the basic law of the world. If the world wanted to survive, the everlasting night was a necessary measure. In essence, the new stream was competing with Haotian for faith. It was destroying the root of Haotian's existence and digging the grave of Haotian Taoism. Then why did Yisu look forward to the everlasting night? Your everlasting night, what is it? Longqing looked at Yisu and asked. Yisu looked at him quietly and said, "The everlasting night is the everlasting night." Longqing said, "The everlasting night is the darkness." Yisu said, "Only in the everlasting night can people really open their eyes and see the pictures that Haotian never let them see. Those are the truth, and I am naturally happy for it." Longqing thought for a while and said, "The truth is objective, and it does not change according to one's heart." Yisu pointed at the red morning sun on the horizon behind him and said, "The sun hangs in the sky every day and rises again after setting. Is it objective?" Longqing said, "Of course the sun is objective." Yisu smiled and asked, "Then have you ever seen it?" Longqing was about to answer, but he suddenly frowned and stopped talking. After thinking about it carefully, he finally understood the true meaning of the question. People living on the ground could see the sun every day, but who had really seen it? Everyone had seen the sun. They would casually glance at it after getting up in the morning. At noon, they would cover their foreheads with their hands and squint their eyes while sighing at its cruelty. In the evening, they would sit in the pavilion facing the river wind and watch the sunset while reciting poems. But what does it look like? The morning and evening were red, and the noon was white. What color was it? Besides the bright light, are there any patterns on it? If not, how to describe it? If he couldn't describe it, how could he have seen it? He suddenly remembered the scenes he had seen in the dream of climbing the mountain on the second floor of the academy. There were Yi Hongyu, Yi Su, and light in those scenes. When he followed the light to sweep the world and even killed Yi Hongyu and Yi Su, there was only light left in the world. Just like the morning sun. Absolute light was absolute darkness. He had realized this when he was in the illusion. That was why he put his last bit of courage into the dark world in the north in the wilderness. What about the sun? Where was Haotian? Yes, it was actually the same principle. If it was too bright and too dazzling, one would not be able to look at it directly. If one could not see the details, one would not be able to see the whole picture. There was no truth. Just as Yi Su had said, humans would only be able to see the truth on the day when the everlasting night arrived and the sun was extinguished. Long Qing understood what Yi Su meant, but he did not understand the meaning of this prophecy. He squinted and looked at the morning sun on the horizon. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. He did not need to think too much about meaningless things. What he needed to do now was to kill Yi Su. It did not matter whether it was the prophecy of a sage or the nonsense of a lunatic. You will die soon. Even if that day comes, you will not be able to see what the sun looks like. Similarly, those who heard what you said will also die in the following days. They will not be able to see it either. Long Qing looked at Yi Su and said expressionlessly. Along with his voice, there was a thunderous sound of hooves. 2,000 papal cavalrymen of the divine halls of West Hill finally arrived at the square. Countless harsh sounds of friction were heard. The cavalrymen held sharp long swords in their hands. The snow-white surface of the swords reflected the frightened faces of the followers of the new stream. Long Qing raised his right hand. Along with his movement, the cavalrymen at the periphery of the crowd also raised their long swords. The cold swords were like the long grass in the field, messy and terrifying, ready to tear apart all the flesh and blood they touched. The sound of hooves was heard again. The heavy warhorses directly scattered the crowd in front of them. In the dull sound of collision, countless followers of the new stream had their bones broken and flesh torn. Screams were heard everywhere in the square. Blood flowed everywhere like a flood, and death was everywhere like snow. The followers fled in panic, and the ordinary people who came to the square were unfortunately dragged into the tragedy. No one could stop the tragedy. Yi Su looked at the scene and raised his arm, trying to ask the people to step aside. But no one could see it. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Even if he could, no one could hear him. Chen Pipi supported him, and his face was extremely pale. Over a dozen disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion had been scattered and had converged into the crowd. They were fighting bitterly against the enemies that outnumbered them, and they were like reefs that were resisting a raging torrent. Even though they were strong, how could they turn the tide? Long Qing stood below the stage. He only needed 10 more steps to reach Yi Su, but he did not do anything. He just looked at Yi Su in silence and let Yi Su watch the scene in silence. Today might not be the beginning of the new stream's destruction, but it was definitely the day of Yi Su's death. Just as Ning Kai told the Abbey Dean, Long Qing was eager to see how Yi Su would become a sage. Yi Su stood in the morning sun. The light around him was refracted, with a sense of holiness. When the last stroke of the travel book was finished, he had embarked on the path of becoming a sage. The sky and the earth had changed color. Long Qing was eager to see how the sky and the earth would change color. At this moment, the sky and the earth really changed color. There was snow on the streets, and the houses were covered with black eaves. The black and white contrasted with each other, and the leaves that had not completely withered were the three basic colors of the city. The square was no exception. From yesterday to this morning, Taoism had slaughtered twice, and the ground was covered with blood. However, the colors had all disappeared. The white snow, the black eaves, the green and yellow leaves, and the red blood had all turned into a monotonous yellow. The yellow sand was everywhere. Long Qing's expression changed slightly. Because the change of the sky and the earth had nothing to do with Yisu. Yisu's snow mountain and ocean of qi were both destroyed. The sage's intention was in the end of the writing and the doctrine of the new stream. It could not affect the real battle. It was another force that turned the snow, the eaves, the trees, and the blood into yellow sand. That's all for today. There seems to be some problems in the later part of the writing. I need to revise it carefully. Also, I need to rewrite the following lines and try to make it tighter. Chapter 1069. No one noticed that when the papal cavalrymen of the divine halls of West Hill rushed into the square, a middle-aged scholar also came to the field and quietly approached the high platform. The middle-aged scholar was dressed in ordinary clothes and was covered with sweat. He came to the front of the platform and untied the package as fast as he could. Then he took out a wooden plate from it. The wooden plate was made of some kind of wood. The grain was very delicate and gave people a wonderful feeling of gold and stone. There was a thin layer of yellow sand in the plate. It was a sand table. The most famous sand table in the cultivation world, the river and mountain sandbox. When the river and mountain sandbox appeared, the whole world entered the river and mountain sandbox. The thin layer of yellow sand danced in the air and then fell down, painting the world yellow. Then, everything turned into yellow sand. The hard bluestone ground turned into a soft desert. The war horses that were sprinting at high speed screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Their forehooves were broken miserably. The cavalryman of Divine Hall on the back of the horse directly fainted. In a very short time, hundreds of cavalrymen of the Divine Halls fell off their horses. On the contrary, the followers of the new stream who were hiding in fear were not hurt by the yellow sand. Sometimes the yellow sand was like water. Because of its softness, it was stronger than the strong and pitted the weak. Long Qing's feet were also stuck in the yellow sand. He could clearly feel the sucking power coming from the bottom of the sand. His expression became very serious. He lifted his right foot with great difficulty and wanted to take a step forward. Suddenly, the wind swept the yellow sand and stopped in front of him. His sight crossed the flying yellow sand and fell on the middle-aged scholar on the side of the platform. Chen Pippi looked at the middle-aged scholar and exclaimed, "Fourth brother." The middle-aged scholar did not respond but just looked at Long Qing. Long Qing frowned slightly. Today, he was ordered to kill Yisu and slaughter the new stream. He guessed that the academy might be prepared, but he did not expect that it was not the Iron Arrow or Mr. First, but this person. Fan Yu, Mr. Fourth of the academy. Fan Yu was a relatively low-key person among those interesting and horrible people in the back mountain of the academy. He joined the academy early and ranked very high, but he was only at the peak of the see-through state. He was not at the same level as Li Manman and Jun Mo. Although the third sister Yu Lian had always been at the see-through state, everyone knew that it was just a facade when she beat Xiong Chumo, the hierarch of the Divine Halls of West Hill. He was the real see-through state. Of course, this was not important. The headmaster of the academy had always accepted disciples without discrimination and did not care about their talent in cultivation. But the people in the back mountain had their own specialties and could do the best in those fields, such as number 5, number 6, number 8, and number 9. Only Fan Yu was relatively weak. He was good at talisman Taoism, but not as talented as Mo Shanshan and Ning Quebec. He was good at strategy and calculation, but not as good as Yu Lian. He was good at design, but not as good as the sixth brother. Moreover, there was Professor Huang He in the front yard of the academy. In recent years, the back mountain of the academy was gradually revealed to the world, but he was still inconspicuous and did not have many amazing performances. Only his peers in the back mountain of the academy knew that he was very important. The strategies of the academy and even the Tang Empire were all calculated by Yu Lian, Ning Ke, and him. Besides, he owned the most precious celestial device in the cultivation world, which was the river and mountain sandbox. Before the verdant canyon, it was with the help of the river and mountain sandbox that the academy could avoid the Aberdeen's sword. He tried his best to trap the sword and gave Jun Mo the chance to show his power. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the river and mountain sandbox was since it could trap the Aberdeen's sword. Today, he came with the river and mountain sandbox. In fact, he was not supposed to be here. The academy was very clear about the attitude of the divine halls of West Hill toward Yi Su and the new stream. But the eldest brother, Yu Lian, and Ning Ke all thought that the Aberdeen could be persuaded. Since killing Yi Su was not good for Taoism, the Aberdeen would definitely not do it. As long as the Aberdeen kept silent, Tang Xiaotang and the sword Garrett would be enough. Only the fourth senior fellow apprentice felt a little strange. He had been calculating for a long time, but he didn't get any other result. However, he still felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He thought that the judgment of his senior brothers, senior sisters, and junior fellow apprentice was wrong, but he couldn't find any evidence. Therefore, he came here by himself. He packed his luggage, left the back mountain, and traveled thousands of miles with the river and mountain sandbox to save Yi Su's life. This was the real style of the academy. They could unite as one, but they also had to be different. They had to be responsible for their sect, but they had to be responsible for themselves first. They had to have no regrets. The fourth brother finally arrived. Although it was difficult for him to change the situation, he could represent the academy and do what it should do. It was good enough that there was no need for regrets. He raised the river and mountain sandbox and poured all his psyche power into it. In an instant, his snow mountain and ocean of qi showed signs of drying up. His face became extremely pale and even seemed to be a little thinner. There was yellow sand in the river and mountain sandbox, but also rivers and mountains. Every grain of sand was a scenery in the rivers and mountains, or a small bridge, or a stream of water, or a pavilion, or a green hill, or a sedan chair on the bridge, a boat on the water, a person in the pavilion, or a tree on the green hill. But today, the yellow sand was just yellow sand. Because the most original was also the most powerful. The fourth brother's psyche power activated the river and mountain sandbox. The yellow sand danced wildly and then fell down. The world suddenly became yellow and became a dry desert. It was impossible to find the direction in it. The cavalrymen of the divine halls of West Hill in the back were lucky not to fall to their deaths. They pulled the reins desperately to stop their horses, and then turned over and tried to find the exit with their horses. But how could it be so easy? The fourth brother held the river and mountain sandbox and walked to the platform. Long Qing looked at him quietly. The yellow sand covered the ground, but it could not completely drag him into the illusion of rivers and mountains. His body was in the yellow sand, but his eyes could see the reality and his opponent. For some reason, the fourth brother felt a little uneasy when he looked at Long Qing's eyes. It was just like when he was calculating in the back of the mountain of the academy. He felt that something bad was going to happen. So he blew into the river and mountain sandbox. The thin layer of yellow sand was wrinkled, and some grains of sand were flying in the air with the wind. A hurricane suddenly appeared on the plaza that had turned into a desert. Countless yellow sand swirled up, blocking everyone's vision. The world became dark. What was even more terrifying was that the desert that had been as flat as a field suddenly rumbled loudly, and countless layers of sand dunes appeared. Who knew how many cavalrymen were swallowed up by the moving sand flow? Even the cavalrymen who were not swallowed by the sand encountered endless dangers in the flying yellow sand. Shrill screams and dull sounds of people and horses colliding with each other could be heard everywhere. Even a powerhouse in the knowing destiny state like Xiaoyu from the South Sea could not resist the power of the river and mountain sandbox. Those divine priests and deacons from various Taoist temples were killed one after another. Xiaoyu also fainted in the yellow sand. Long Qing still could not stop, and his face was a little pale. He was injured by Tang Xiaotang and then by the river and mountain sandbox. He did not expect that his opponent, who was in an ordinary state, could have such a terrible sand table. However, was it enough? In the next moment, his feet finally landed on the ground, but he still landed on the yellow sand. He did not get out of the river and mountain sandbox, but so what? The scar on his face became brighter. It was definitely not ugly. It was more like some kind of strange makeup. Paired with his gray eyes and straight silver hair, he looked very good. He was so powerful, and he still had hidden powerful skills. He was waiting for Ning Kei's iron arrow and Li Man. Even so, he was not afraid of them, let alone a sand table. He took out a scroll from his arms and stretched it out in front of the sandstorm. He remembered those years when he was the second priest of the judicial department, and he led the black deacons to hunt down the remnants of the devil's doctrine and the sinners who betrayed the devil's doctrine. At that time, he was righteous, and he believed that he was righteous. His expression became cold. Looking at Yi Su and the others on the other side of the sandstorm, he silently repeated those familiar words in his heart: "Sinners, accept the punishment of Haotian." Last night in the Divine Hall of Judgment in Peach Mountain, the middle-aged priest used a scroll to break Yi Hongyu's confinement. It was the fall hand scroll of the tomes of Arcane. At this time, the scroll in Long Qing's hand was also the sand hand scroll of the tomes of Arcane. After making the most important decision, the Abbey Dean no longer cared about the word blasphemy. The most sacred tomes of Arcane in Haotian Taoism became a very powerful weapon in his plan. The middle-aged priest had accompanied the tomes of Arcane in the Jishou Abbey for countless years, and Long Qing had always kept the sand hand scroll of the tomes of Arcane with him. Only the two of them could use the tomes of Arcane as weapons. In the morning, the city was covered with yellow sand. The freshness and coldness of winter could no longer be found, only dullness. But when Long Qing held up the sand hand scroll of the tomes of Arcane, that feeling became more and more clear. The cover of the sand hand scroll turned into tens of thousands of tiny grains of sand in the wind, and then began to fly. Then the second page of the sand hand scroll also turned into grains of sand, and then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Hundreds of millions of grains of sand turned into a sand river and went straight from Long Qing's hand to the sky. In the deepest part of the sky, the river carried an indescribable brilliance and then blasted into the yellow sand all over the sky. The sand hand scroll of the tomes of Arcane recorded almost all the cultivation methods in the cultivation world, which could not be completed by human beings. Just like the sun hand scroll, it was not only collected by Haotian Taoism, but also by the divine power of Haotian. Haotian Taoism regarded cultivation as a gift from Haotian to human beings, and this tomes of Arcane was the gift list. There were countless items in it, which were as vast as the sea or the sand at the bottom of the sea. Each grain of sand represented the gift of Haotian and the awe of human beings. Today, the sand hand scroll really turned into grains of sand. The ink characters that recorded the cultivation methods melted on the paper and then dissipated into the smallest particles, each of which seemed to contain the power of that cultivation method. Hundreds of millions of grains of sand and hundreds of millions of cultivation methods fell into the yellow sand and into the river and mountain sandbox. The river and mountain sandbox had thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, but it was a product of cultivators after all. How could it accommodate the almost infinite vastness and complexity? In an instant, the yellow sand suddenly stopped. In some corners, pavilions and terraces even appeared indistinctly. They were about to lose their original forms and become the shadows of the river and mountain sandbox. The fourth brother's arms holding the river and mountain sandbox trembled uncontrollably, as if he would throw the sandbox to the ground in the next moment. He felt the terrible impact from the sandbox and found that it was even more powerful than the virtual sword thrown by the Abbey Dean in front of the verdant canyon. His face instantly turned pale, and blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. "Let's go," Long Qing said expressionlessly. As his voice fell, the wind and sand on the square slowed down countless times, and the small bridges and rivers that appeared at the beginning were covered by the sand gushing out of the arcane tome of the sand. The yellow sand was covered by the sand at the bottom of the sea. There was no need to find a way out. If I cover your world with my world, then I can walk at will and go anywhere I want to go. Long Qing took a step forward. If there were real intelligent beings in the rivers and mountains, they might be able to see a footprint larger than a mountain under the sun. It stepped through the clouds, crushed the field, and fell on the horizon. He only took one step to step out of the river and mountain sandbox and thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. Long Qing appeared on the stage and in front of Yi Su. There was still residual yellow sand between the two of them. The fourth brother kept coughing up blood, but he was still trying to support himself. He didn't know how long he could hold on. Long Qing held the dissipating, arcane tome of the sand hand scroll with one hand and grabbed Yi Su with the other. A figure broke through the wind and sand. It was Tang Xiaotang. She supported her tired body with the iron rod and fell in front of Yi Su. She raised the rod with both hands and blocked Long Qing's attack with the last of her strength. Long Qing's hand fell on the iron rod. With a puff, Tang Xiaotang vomited blood and fell to the ground. Long Qing took another step forward and reached out to grab Yi Su again. At this time, the arcane tome of the sand, in his left hand, was still fighting against the last scene in the river and mountain sandbox. More and more blood flowed out of the fourth brother's mouth, wetting the front of his shirt. The color of the blood became darker and darker. Finally, it even looked like ink, which was shocking. Watching from the side, Chen Pipi finally felt despair. His body began to tremble because he was worried about the situation of his two senior brothers and his lover. He was really afraid that his two senior brothers and his lover were about to die. The trembling spread from his hands and feet to his chest and abdomen, then to the depths of his body, and finally to the position behind his waist. So his ocean of qi and mountain of snow also began to tremble. His ocean of qi and mountain of snow had been destroyed. To be precise, it had been completely locked by Sang Sang, and had long become a dry dead sea and black monotonous rock peak. At this time, it began to tremble. Trembling was movement, and being able to move meant being alive. His ocean of qi and mountain of snow actually came back to life at the most desperate moment. Chen Pipi had no time to feel this sudden change, and it was impossible for him to have time to be ecstatic. He just followed the trembling and waved his hands to Long Qing out of pure instinct. 10 unpredictable and shrill forces without any trace, like the flowing clouds in the sky, burst out from the front of his 10 fingers and fiercely stabbed Long Qing's chest and abdomen. After the bloody battle with Tang Xiaotang, who was favored by Haotian, and the cultivation competition with Mr. Fourth of the Academy who held the river and mountain sandbox, Long Qing had been seriously injured. Chen Pipi's natural stream magical finger was so unreasonable that he could not avoid it even with the arcane tome of the sand. With a series of dense muffled sounds, the 10 natural stream magical finger intents all fell on Long Qing's chest. 10 bloody holes appeared on his thin clothes in an instant, and blood was gurgling out. Long Qing's face became paler. He looked down at his chest in confusion, and then looked up at Chen Pipi behind Yi Su, frowning slightly. Then he figured it out. Haotian was so weak now that she could no longer protect the people she promised to protect, such as Tang Xiaotang, so she naturally could not punish the people she wanted to punish forever. The Abbey Dean had already left Peach Mountain, and Chen Pipi, who had the same experience as him, naturally had to stand up again. Long Qing coughed in pain. Every time he coughed, the blood in front of his chest flowed out even faster. Not enough. He looked at Chen Pipi and said expressionlessly. The arcane tome of the sand, in his left hand turned into gravel and whizzed away. In an instant, there were countless extremely thin blood lines on Chen Pipi's body. Each line of blood came from a very small wound, and each wound was a gravel. The gravel was deep in the wound, and the pain was deep into his bones, like ants drilling into his body. How painful it was! Chen Pipi was in extreme pain, but he did not cry. He did not want to cry because it was too shameful. So he desperately squeezed out a smile, but he did not know that the smile was as ugly as crying. Looking at his funny face, Tang Xiaotang wanted to laugh, but also felt so sad that she wanted to cry. Long Qing glanced at the fourth brother and tightened his grip on the arcane tome of the sand. The fourth brother sighed and sat down weakly. Then he began to vomit blood. There was a silence. Long Qing looked at Yi Su, Chen Pipi, Tang Xiaotang, and Fan Yu. His eyes slowly swept across their faces, and he took a deep breath, looking very satisfied. Some of these people were people he could only look up to in the past, and some were people he instinctively feared and even humiliated. Some were more talented than him, and some were rejected by his classmates whom he longed to be. Now, these people were not as powerful as him. Even if they worked together, they were no match for him. Perhaps the cultivation method he cultivated would one day turn him into a monster that lost all reason, or it would directly disintegrate his body into billions of grains of gravel. But that was a matter for the future. He was very satisfied now, unprecedentedly satisfied. He raised his chin, not deliberately, but he began to be proud, as if he had returned to the day he walked into Chang'an many years ago. That day, there were countless flowers thrown on the street of Chang'an, and he was in the center of the sedan. At this moment, a voice was heard on the stage. "Please lend it to me for a moment." Yi Su's words were directed at his fourth senior brother, but they also seemed to be directed at the world. The river and mountain sandbox, which was about to break, came to his hand. Long Qing looked at him and said, "You have betrayed Haotian. How can there be a miracle?" Yi Su's ocean of qi and mountain of snow was destroyed by the sword style in the battle with Jun Mo in front of the verdant canyon. It had nothing to do with Sang Sang, so he could not recover like the Abbey Dean and Chen Pipi. A miracle, or it was originally created by human beings. Yi Su said. This sentence was the foundation of the new stream, or the epitaph of Taoism. Long Qing shook his head and said, "That requires strength. You don't have the strength." The wind and sand had stopped. Only a few people on the stage were still affected by the confrontation between the river and mountain sandbox and the arcane tome of the sand. The square was full of dead people. Countless cavalrymen of the divine halls were lying in pools of blood, and many followers of the new stream had also died. As for those followers who were still alive, even though they were seriously injured, they were still rushing to Yi Su. They wanted to save Yi Su, even at the cost of their lives. This kind of stubborn will, is it faith? Was it power? Yi Su looked at those devout followers with complicated emotions in his eyes. He said, I think this is power. This is the power of faith. Long Qing said, you should know very well that only Haotian can use the power of faith. Yi Su did not look at him. He looked at the blue sky and asked, what about the Buddha? Long Qing said, this power, how to use it? Yi Su said, I don't know. I want to borrow it. Please lend it to me. Yi Su not only wanted to borrow the river and mountain sandbox from the academy, but also wanted to borrow the power of his followers. Maybe it was really the power of faith. A magnificent and pure power was born in the field. The power came from the followers on the square. There were about 1,000 strands of mixed aura. Then they entered Yi Su's body. When they came out again, they became solemn. Yi Su poured the power or aura into the river and mountain sandbox and looked at Long Qing. It was an invitation. Long Qing's expression became very serious. The arcane tome of the sand, suddenly disappeared faster. He sat down in front of Yi Su. The wind and sand rose again. Yi Su was on the verge of falling and barely sat up. Long Qing looked at him expressionlessly. Yi Su said, you go first. They were not sitting opposite each other. Of course, he would not let Long Qing make the first move. Instead, he wanted Long Qing to take the others to escape first while Long Qing was trapped by him. Long Qing stared at his face and said, you can't go. Yi Su did not want to leave. He just wanted to keep Long Qing in the field so that the others could leave. If not for this reason, he would rather die than try to use this power. He founded the new stream to tell human beings that they did not need faith. But he did not expect that he would become the object of faith, which made him a little confused and a little sad. What comforted him a little was that today was the first time he used the power of faith, and it would be the last time. He founded the new stream, but he was not Haotian. Even if he was willing to accept the incense of believers, he could not be compared with Haotian Taoism who had accepted the incense and worship for countless years. The arcane tome was a sacred object of Haotian Taoism. Its power was unpredictable. Yi Hongyu could not resist it even with the whole divine hall of judgment. How could he resist it when he borrowed the will of his followers and the river and mountain sandbox of the academy? In the wind and sand, Yi Su gradually became tired and his eyes gradually calmed down. But Chen Pipi did not leave. Yi Su lowered his head and said weakly, let's go. At this time, everyone in the field was seriously injured. Only Long Qing could fight, and only Yi Su could make him stay for a while. But the morning light that fell on him had faded. There was only one word difference between go and let's go, but it was more like begging. Chen Pipi fell silent and stood up with difficulty. He helped Tang Xiaotang and the fourth brother down from the high platform and joined the last few disciples of the sword garret. Then they walked out of the square. He did not look back from the beginning to the end. He did not speak to Yi Su. He did not cry, laugh, or scream. He just walked in silence, enduring the pain caused by the thousands of bloody holes on his body, and helped his companions to walk forward. Because whether he cried or laughed, talked or screamed, it was a kind of farewell. He did not want to say goodbye to Yi Su, as if it would not be a farewell forever. After walking for a long time, they finally left the battlefield. The cavalrymen of the divine halls of West Hill did not chase them, so they survived. Chen Pipi did not say anything and continued to move forward. He got on the carriage and drove out of the city gate into the wilderness. When he was dozens of miles away, he began to cry loudly. The fourth brother sat by the window and looked at the scene outside. He wanted to say something, but he could not understand. Nothing had changed. Why did he come here? The river and mountain sandbox was destroyed, and he died. He wanted to go back to Chang'an and ask Ning Ke what had happened. Today is the 22nd of February, Moji Bai's birthday. I have decided that today is also second brother's birthday. I wish them a happy birthday. I wish Chen Pippi can be happy again as soon as possible. I wish Yi Su can die honorably. I wish everyone can have a happy birthday. I wish I can defeat everything and be as strong as these days. Chapter 1070. Some people said goodbye, but more people were still struggling in the yellow sand and lost their way. Yi Su and Long Qing sat opposite to each other, like two old monks drinking tea or playing chess. They did not speak or look at each other. They were covered with blood and looked miserable. The sandstorm under the platform had already stopped, and the sandstorm on the platform was about to stop. The two were covered with sand and blood. Their clothes were ragged and it seemed that they would fall down at any time. Long Qing watched Chen Pippi and others leave. Strangely, he did not seem to care. Some cavalrymen of Divine Hall had already escaped from the chaos, but did not hear his order to chase. He just sat opposite to Yi Su and waited for the sandstorm to stop. The wind was the cold wind in winter, and the sand was the sand in the river and mountain sandbox and the arcane scroll of the sand. They were blowing against each other and roaring as if there was no end. But in fact, everything had an end. With a snap, the river and mountain sandbox on Yi Su's knees broke. There were still many pages of the arcane scroll of the sand in Long Qing's hand. It was as thick as a tombstone in front of a grave. The sand in front of the tombstone was fake, but it was actually jade-like round stones. Those round stones were very small and transparent. They were not jade-like, but really top-grade jade. They were spread in front of and behind Yi Su, like a beautiful sea of pearls. Long Qing stood up. Blood dripped down from his body and fell into the sea of pearls, dyeing it red. The yellow sand in the river and mountain sandbox fell from the cracks. It was real yellow sand, which was only a shallow layer in the sandbox and just a shallow pile on the ground in front of Yi Su. It was like a wild grave that was worn down by the wind and rain. The square was dyed red by the blood of the people of Divine Hall and the followers of the new stream. The cavalrymen of Divine Hall were regrouping. Some followers of the new stream had died, some were dying, and many were still alive. There would be a massacre later. Yi Su looked at Long Qing and said, "Let them live." Long Qing said expressionlessly, "I didn't want them to die." Yi Su was a little surprised. He kept silent and thought about the meaning. Long Qing raised his left hand. The cavalrymen of Divine Hall, who were eager to kill the followers of the new stream, did not dare to do anything. They held their breath and waited for the order. The followers of the new stream were the most loyal followers of Yi Su. Nearly half of them followed him here from Lincoln, including the earliest students in that shabby alley. They knew what would happen next. They rushed to that place desperately to protect their leader. But they were stopped and knocked down by the cavalrymen of Divine Hall rudely. They cried loudly. In fact, you and I both know that, as I said at the beginning, it doesn't make any sense. Your followers' pain and those women's cries are all meaningless. Long Qing looked at Yi Su and said, "What happened from last night to this morning is meaningless. I need this ending, and you are also waiting for this ending. Why bother?" Yi Su did not look at him. He looked at the pitiful followers in silence. "When I entered the Revelation Institute when I was very young, I learned of your existence from her and my teacher. You have always been the object of my worship, or rather, the goal that I feared but did not dare to catch up to. But in fact, it was only in recent years that I truly felt that you were an extraordinary person, because you have embarked on a completely different path from us." Long Qing looked at him and said, "You are not a fanatical religious peddler. Your new stream is not just empty talk. You did not use those clichés to provoke your followers. On the contrary, you preached calmly and did a lot of concrete things. Many people only noticed that the doctrine of the new stream was fresh or rebellious. But no one understood the organizational ability and strategy needed to spread the new stream. You did those things silently and perfectly calmly. You were more like a businessman than a saint. I used to stay in the divine hall of judgment for a long time. I know a lot of things. She helped you a lot, but it was you who really made the decision. Your organizational ability is really strong. There are no loopholes in your thinking. You did not lose your cool even after Taoism began to eliminate you. You used yourself to attract all the attention of the divine hall, but secretly sent the 7 disciples, including the first disciple Huan, to different places. I think they are hiding now, but after a while, they will come out again to continue your mission. Yi Su was still silent. Long Qing looked at him quietly and said, "You can keep silent about my praise. You don't need to be recognized for the secular abilities other than the sacred ones. You can deny all these. But can you tell me where Cheng Ziqing went? Why are there only a few disciples of the sword Garrett who followed you here from Linkong? And where did they go? These details that no one noticed are what I admire the most about you. You've arranged the future. You've spread the seeds of the new stream all over the world. Even if you die now, no one can stop the new stream from spreading. So you can leave this world in peace. I even suspect that you've been waiting for death." Yi Su finally said, "Death is the most dangerous and terrible abyss for everyone." Long Qing shook his head and said, "But everyone will die, whether it is the divine kingdom or the abyss. You can't go to the divine kingdom, and you don't want to go to the abyss. How to die is the most important thing. Die quietly, or die in front of millions of believers and ordinary people. It is not a difficult choice. To die in front of the whole world, with a sense of righteousness, peace and joy, and to face death with equanimity. It is good to show the new faith and the power of faith to everyone as the representative of your death. There is no sacred in the empire, no sacred in the world, and no sacred in the world. Even the headmaster of the academy has to become a genius to become the bright moon. You and I are all ordinary people. How can we not die if we want to become a saint? It takes 1,000 years for a saint to appear." Long Qing paused for a moment and looked into Yi Su's eyes. He said with a complicated expression, "If the saint does not die, the great Tao will not work. You have to die." Yi Su looked calm. There was a piece of snow on his gray hair that did not melt for a long time, as if the heat in his body had been taken away by the tomes of arcane and his breath was gone. "In fact, I have been wondering if Ning Ke has also thought of this." Long Qing turned around. The blood-colored sea of pearls scattered the moment it touched his clothes, like the waves when the tide receded. He looked in the direction of Chang'an and said expressionlessly, "Otherwise, he would have come." Yi Su and his new stream were extremely important to the Tang Empire and the Academy. Taoism had vowed to kill Yi Su, so Ning Ke should have been prepared. Even if he could not come, the iron arrow should have come. Yi Su said, or he did not expect the headmaster to be so decisive. It was indeed a possibility. Before last night, no one, including Xiong Chumo, the hierarch of the divine halls, had thought that the Abbey Dean would not fear the danger of the division of Taoism and directly choose to kill Yi Su and Yi Hongyu. Li Manman might not be able to predict the headmaster's thoughts, but why couldn't Ning Ke and Yu Lian? Even if they couldn't, how could they not have made some arrangements based on their temperament and habits? Long Qing said, "Ning Ke did not come, the iron arrow did not come, and neither did Yu Lian and Li Manman. It can only mean that they know you want to die. They want you to die very much. They even hid it from Li Manman and waited for you to be killed by me." After saying this, he smiled. His smile was restrained and confined to the small area at the corner of his mouth, which made him look like he was mocking Yi Su. Yi Su had been very calm from the beginning to the end. He was so calm even though he was about to die. Although it was a tacit plan, he still felt a little unhappy. Therefore, He wanted to expose the Academy's intention and break Yi Su's state of mind. Yi Su's reaction was not what he expected. He said calmly, I have been the Academy's enemy for 20 years. I know how those people live. I don't think they would be so realistic and indifferent. What Longqing said was very reasonable. Yi Su had become a sage after his death and his disciples had already gone to different places. The seed of the new stream was well preserved. Under the protection of the Tang Empire and the Academy, the new stream would definitely spread faster with the news of his death. Therefore, his life and death did not matter to the Academy. But he still thought that the Academy would not do that because it was not in line with the Academy's style. Li Manman certainly could not bear to see you die in the fire. But Ning Ke and Yu Lian are different. They would be very happy to split Taoism and let the new stream be reborn in the fire. Longqing said, if the headmaster and Ji Haoran were still alive, the Academy would definitely not do that because they would not think so. But don't forget that Ning Ke and Yu Lian are both possessed by the devil. Yi Su was silent. Longqing continued, Yu Lian is the grandmaster of the devil's doctrine and the most valued person by Lotus. And Ning Ke is like a disciple of Lotus. They both have Lotus's unscrupulous temperament and in some aspects, they are even more knowledgeable than Lotus. They might want to do what Lotus could not. What did Lotus want to do back then? He wanted to turn the human world into a sea of blood. He wanted to turn the world upside down. He wanted to destroy Taoism and turn the world into a brand new one. The Academy actually had the same idea. But the Academy would never use such a cruel method in the past. What would the senior brother and junior sister who were in charge of the Academy think? Yi Su didn't want to continue. The Academy's choice was meaningless to him now. He raised his head with difficulty, looked at the sky that was getting bluer and bluer, and looked at the rising sun that was getting lower and lower. He said, no matter what the Academy thinks, I have to do what I have to do. Longqing looked at him and showed some respect. He said, turn yourself into a torch and set the whole human world on fire? I heard that Jun Mo is also burning the Xiankong temple. They are all crazy. Hearing Jun Mo's name, Yi Su smiled and said, in the end, I am doing the same thing as him. I am very proud, and I think he will feel proud too. This sentence itself was very proud. He was proud that Jun Mo used to be his opponent. He was proud that he had surpassed himself. He was proud that he stood higher than before and could see the scenery further. Or it was because he was standing in the small courtyard on the pile of firewood. He was tied to the cross-shaped wooden frame. The tie was not tight, so he could not leave and could see the human world from afar. Longqing stood in front of the pile of firewood and looked at him. He said, I will light the fire myself. Yi Su no longer looked at the sky. His eyes were blinded by the sun. He looked at him and asked, what I don't understand is, since you know everything, why did you light the fire for me? Longqing slightly raised his eyebrows and said, I have to obey the teacher's order. The two people on the pile of firewood had the same teacher. Yi Su looked at the remnant of the tomes of arcane on his waist and said, Teacher, you must understand. Why do you have to involve this innocent book? Longqing was silent. Then he said, since people can write, then there will be no need for the tomes of arcane in the future. Hearing this, Yi Su seemed to understand something. He and Longqing did not hear the conversation between the Abbey Dean and the middle-aged priest on the cliff plateau of Peach Mountain. But they were the Abbey Dean's disciples and great figures in Haotian Taoism. They were familiar with the classics since childhood. At this moment, they understood the Abbey Dean's true intention through a very simple conversation. Yi Su looked at somewhere far away, not knowing whether it was the Jishou Abbey or Lingkong. He said slowly, know the masculine, guard the feminine, and be the stream of the world. Be the stream of the world. Keep the virtue, and return to the baby. Long Qing listened to this passage and was silent for a long time. Then he recited, know the white, guard the black, and be the style of the world. Be the style of the world. Keep the virtue, and return to the infinity. Yi Su said, we ourselves are the path, the truth, and the life. Follow our own path, and we will walk out of the dark valley and obtain the greatest joy. So this is also knowing and guarding. Long Qing lowered his head. No one knew if he was looking at the horrible and ugly hole under his clothes or at the thick ground. His voice seemed to come out of his lips by itself, we can also be Haotian. Yi Su smiled and said, so, it has been like this since the beginning. Long Qing looked up at him under the sunlight and said, you are right. Yi Su said, there is no right or wrong. The headmaster thinks you are right, then you are right. Speaking of this, Long Qing paused. He thought that he would be jealous, but his mood was so calm. He just sighed and said, in the end, it was you who made him the proudest. Yi Su thought for a while and said, whether it is right or wrong depends on the final outcome. Long Qing said, what you do, what the headmaster and the headmaster do, will have an ending. It is no longer destined. Yi Su said, yes, there is no heaven, and there is no destiny. Long Qing looked into the distance and said, we have talked for long enough. Yi Su said, since the person you are waiting for has not come, it seems that he will not come. Long Qing took the torch from a divine priest and walked to the pile of firewood. After thinking for a while, he did not say anything. He put the torch on the edge of the pile and stepped back. Fire was the most wonderful phenomenon in nature. It could be contagious and replicated. It could turn from the smallest firefly into a prairie fire. This was definitely not something that water could do. The flame on the torch licked the dry firewood beside it. After a while, the edge of the firewood was burnt black, giving off green smoke and bright flames. This continued, and the fire gradually spread. Most of the firewood in the small courtyard was chopped by Long Qing himself. He was very careful in his selection. No matter the length or the thickness, they were all suitable for burning. The fire quickly grew. In the previous battle, most of the courtyard walls had collapsed. Now, with the crackling sound of the firewood, all the bricks fell down. The scene of the firewood burning fell into everyone's eyes. Tens of thousands of followers of the new stream and the people of Song were ordered to watch the execution. Seeing this scene, some of them felt extremely sad, and some of them could not bear it. Gradually, they started to cry. Yi Su's clothes began to burn. The bright yellow flame was about to cross his knees and swallow him. Someone knelt down first. It was probably a follower of the new stream. Regardless of the threat of the cavalryman of Divine Hall, he knelt down and kowtowed to him. Then, more people knelt down. Even the tens of thousands of people of Song who came to watch the execution were shocked by the calm man on the fire and knelt down uncontrollably. The crying became louder and louder. Gradually, it became a torrent and went straight to the sky. Yi Su suddenly said, when the everlasting night comes, the light of the sun will be completely covered. The sky and the earth will fall into darkness. But people will rejoice because that is the real life. At this time, he was in the fire, suffering the baptism of pain. He repeated his prophecy calmly. Because he did not want the followers to cry and the people to grieve because of him. The followers of the new stream outside the courtyard wanted to rush in to save him, but they were brutally cut down by the cavalrymen of Divine Hall and fell into a pool of blood. Hearing his voice in pain, they began to follow him instinctively. The followers of the new stream in the distance also began to repeat the words, because they were his followers. The rest of the people of the Kingdom of Song, who were either sympathetic to his suffering or pitied his ending, listened in silence. But somehow, they were attracted by the meaning of the words and began to repeat the same words. When the everlasting night comes, the sky and the earth fall into darkness. That is the real life. The voices of tens of thousands of people echoed in the square. Previously, it was the crying that shook the sky. Now, the sky seemed to be trembling. The clouds that were dispersed by the sunlight were shaken back like clear water flowing into the bottom of a bowl. But it gave people a sense of extreme silence. The pious and focused chanting, just like when Yisu said the words before, was like cicadas in the forest, like waterfalls in the wind, making the whole world silent. Longqing did nothing. He did not ask the cavalrymen of Divine Hall to suppress or stop them, even though the chanting of the people obviously showed their support for the new stream and dissatisfaction with Taoism. He just silently looked at Yisu on the pile of firewood. His emotions were so complicated that he could not figure out what he had experienced and whether what he had learned could really calm him down. The chanting of the people became more and more orderly and louder, just like the drums on the battlefield, but not only to urge people to fight. Gradually, there was a sense of sacredness and solemnity that enveloped the whole city and even the wider world. But Yisu's voice became weaker and more scattered. When he repeated it for the third time, the words from his lips were broken and the murmur could not be heard at all. Because the merciless fire had crossed his knees and plated to his chest and abdomen like golden light. His body was burning, and he was enduring the most painful punishment or baptism. Looking at him in the fire, Longqing seemed to hear him saying, "You see, they are not praying." The name of the chapter came from memory. Chapter 1071. In the azure sky, more and more flowing clouds gathering above the city, firmly blocking the sun behind it. Just like the words sung by tens of thousands of people at this moment, it made the world dim. The flames on Yisu's body grew stronger and stronger. His voice had completely stopped. In the raging fire, his face could not be seen clearly. His whole body was burning like a bright lamp. The radiance that was spreading to the human world suddenly converged and then rose to the sky from the top of the woodpile. It was a holy beam of light that came from his body and fell to the deepest part of the distant sky. A part of the dark sky was lit up. It was not as bright as the sun, but it was more real. Because the tens of thousands of people kneeling on the ground could see clearly what was there. There was a blue sky, dark clouds, relative darkness and real light. The area of light suddenly dimmed again and quickly returned to its original appearance. The raging fire on the pile of firewood had already risen into the air, as if it was going to burn through the sky. Yisu's figure had already disappeared, and could not be seen at all. What was strange was that there was no horrible smell in the air of the small courtyard. Instead, there was a faint fragrance that made one's mind abnormally calm. That beam of light, the sky that was lit up, and the strange fragrance, were they the signs of becoming a saint? No one knew, not Longqing, not the tens of thousands of people kneeling on the ground, not the cavalrymen of the divine halls, Xiaoyu, and those priests standing outside the small courtyard. The scenes of becoming a saint recorded in the West Hill scriptures had nothing to do with today's story. No one could know what was going on, including the abbey dean. It was not important. Yisu had become a saint. It had nothing to do with religion or the divine kingdom in heaven. He became a saint in the human world and in the hearts of his believers. He was already a saint. Whether the Tang Empire and the Academy could win the war or not, the new stream would inevitably spread in the human world. No one could stop it. He would be regarded as a saint by countless believers. Then he would be a saint. Suddenly, it started to snow. The drifting clouds gathered and covered the sky. Without the sunlight, ice crystals began to condense in the depths of the clouds, and then snowflakes began to fall. Snowflakes drifted down and danced in the wind. They landed on the streets of the city, on the people kneeling in the square, on the small courtyard, and on the burning pile of firewood. The snow melted into water when it came into contact with the devouring flames. As the snow grew stronger, more and more water was melted. The firewood was soaked and the fire was suppressed smaller and smaller. After an unknown period of time, it was finally extinguished. The chanting of the tens of thousands of people also gradually stopped. People looked at the small courtyard with their final hopeful gazes. They wanted to see a miracle happen, but sadly found that there was no miracle. The cross-shaped stakes had already been scorched and collapsed, and the extinguished firewood was in a mess. There was no sign of that person, and even the rope that tied him had already been burned to ashes. Snowflakes fell on the crowd, on people's shoulders, and on people's faces. The snowflakes were melted into water by people's body temperature, moistening their dry lips because of anxiety and sadness. People drank the spring water and began to cry. The sound of crying became louder and louder, and the sorrow was endless, as if it was going to destroy people's hearts and organs. The crying continued, and the snow kept falling. Time passed slowly, but the snow clouds in the sky did not disperse. People in the square gradually dispersed. Thousands of believers of the new stream helped each other to leave. There was no conflict or killing during the whole process, and no one was imprisoned. Because Long Qing did not say anything. He stood in front of the firewood, expressionless. After a long time, the snow continued to fall. The last sparks in the extinguished firewood were extinguished, and the warm steam disappeared without a trace. Gradually, it was covered by the thick snow, and the ashes underneath could no longer be seen. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was really clean. Suddenly, there was a thunder in the sky. Then, there was a second thunder. The two thunders continued to follow each other, going back and forth between heaven and earth. On the square, the cavalrymen of the divine halls of West Hill, Xiaoyu, and other powerhouses of Haotian Taoism looked at the place where the thunder came from. They were vigilant, but more of them were fearful and uneasy, as if they had heard the wrath of heaven. The thunder kept changing its direction, which was impossible for ordinary people to capture. The thunder was terrible, and the power of heaven was unpredictable. It was impossible for ordinary people to guard against it. What on earth was the thunder? Long Qing looked up at the sky and saw the snowflakes that were stirred up by the two thunders and the invisible power in the thunder. He guessed who it was, but his expression was as calm as before. A storm suddenly rose on the sea outside the Song Kingdom. The storm quickly landed on the shore, and the seawater was smashed on the famous breakwater. The remnants of the storm came to the square and turned into a roar. The clouds in the sky above the city trembled slightly. A strong force spread from the point of the explosion and turned into a terrifying gale. Countless cavalrymen fell in the wind, and the war horses neighed in pain. Even the cultivators of Haotian Taoism had to raise all their cultivation to be able to withstand the gale. The violent wind gradually subsided, and like water, it dispersed into the streets and between the houses. A circle about 100 feet wide appeared on the square. There was no snow or blood in that circle. It was clean and empty, and there were only two people in it. One of them was wearing an old cotton-padded jacket and holding a short wooden stick in his hand. He was the eldest brother of the academy. The other one was wearing a long gown full of the smell of alcohol, with a flagon tied to his waist. He was the drunkard, the most powerful person in the cultivation world. The eldest brother's cotton-padded jacket was full of holes. Blood flowed from those holes and wet the cotton. He looked very embarrassed. The drunkard was not much better than him. His clothes were full of stains, and his left shoulder was a bit sunken. It seemed that he was hit by a stick. He wanted to take a sip of wine from the flagon, but found that his hand was shaking badly. The thunders that roamed between the sky, the ocean, and the earth were the two of them chasing each other. They did not forget to fight even in the distanceless state. That was the highest level battle in the cultivation world, and also the most bitter one. But in fact, the battle might not happen at all. Yesterday, the drunkard returned to the small town and said nothing to the butcher, waiting for the future. The eldest brother stayed in the small building outside Lingang City, waiting for the result of the negotiation between the academy and Taoism. Both of them had their own uneasiness. The drunkard's uneasiness did not disappear from the Peach Mountain last night and the appearance of Yi Su this morning. The Abbey Dean was not persuaded by Ning Quebec. He was happy to see the current situation, but he was still uneasy. He thought that the uneasiness came from the academy, and that the academy would save Yi Su at all costs. So he left the small town in a hurry and returned to the small building outside Lingang City to meet Li Man again. Just like in the past few years, the distanceless state was against the distanceless state. Taoism and the academy exchanged their most important chess piece. The drunkard could not get rid of the eldest brother, and the eldest brother could not completely lock him down. When they met, they could not separate, no matter to the mountains or the sea. So they began to fight, from the mountains to the sea. In the end, the eldest brother finally came here, but he was seriously injured. He was the one who wanted to come, so he was the one who got hurt. The academy always says that my body and spirit are rotten. What about you now? The drunkard put his trembling hands behind his back, looked at him and said, "You have been with me for so many days. How long can you last? How many more times can you get hurt like today?" His face was a bit pale, and his left shoulder was seriously injured. But compared to the eldest brother who was covered in blood and had many broken bones, his injuries were much lighter. So he was qualified to say that. But the eldest brother did not listen to him. He looked at the snow pile in the small courtyard and smelled the embers under the snow. He remained silent and looked a bit depressed. He was so badly injured that he could come here, but he was still late. There was a faint sound of crying in the distance of the city. No one knew whether it was for the innocent believers who died in the conflict or for Yi Su who was buried in the fire. He listened in silence. After a while, he turned to the drunkard and said, "You were in the small town. Why did you come here?" The drunkard said, "You were in Chang'an. Why did you come here?" The eldest brother said, "You are committing a crime." The drunkard said, "A crime against the human world or the divine kingdom?" The new stream has shaken the foundation of the divine kingdom. He must die. If Taoism did not do it, I would. Long Qing had been silent since the drunkard and the eldest brother showed up. He stood in the courtyard and looked at the two grand cultivators who he could only look up to. He looked calm and fearless. Everything was going according to the Abbey Dean's plan. No matter how uneasy the drunkard was, he would help Taoism to kill Yi Su before he found out the truth. Because the drunkard and the butcher were greedy, as if they were the combination of countless generations of human beings. They not only wanted immortality, but also eternity. Eternity could only be found in the divine kingdom of Haotian. What would they do if the divine kingdom was gone? In fact, if the Abbey Dean did not agree, the drunkard and the butcher would have already killed Yi Su. The two grand cultivators did not care about becoming saints at all. They had long thought that they were saints, but so what? They were still like rats who had been hiding in the human world for tens of thousands of years, and finally became Haotian's dogs. Of course, Long Qing understood the Abbey Dean's intention, especially after he had a conversation with Yi Su before his death. He knew that the drunkard and the butcher would regret it in the future, but it would not affect the fact that Taoism could order them around like dogs in the name of Haotian. Thinking of this, Long Qing smiled. It was not a sarcasm, but a sincere sarcasm. He was mocking the drunkard and the butcher for being blinded by greed. The 5 colors could blind people, and the 5 sounds could deafen people. The scriptures were right. The smile on Long Qing's face disappeared, because someone was looking at him. The eldest brother looked at him and remained silent for a long time. Then he asked, "Why?" He was puzzled, and so was the academy. No one could figure out why Taoism would do this. Burning Yi Su to death to help him become a saint would not help to destroy the new stream. Instead, it would split Taoism. At least the divine hall of judgment would not be trusted by Taoism anymore. What was the Abbey Dean thinking? You can take Ning Kei's failed attempt as all the reasons. Long Qing said, my brother's death was not just a matter of the academy. Without the academy, he would not have died. At least, he would not have died so quickly. So your sorrow is meaningless. After saying this, he bowed slightly to the eldest brother and walked out of the small courtyard. In the wind and snow, he mounted a horse brought by his subordinates. He didn't put the Sha hand scroll of the tomes of the arcane back to his bosom until he was far away. The eldest brother watched Long Qing's figure disappear in the wind and snow. He had sensed Ning Kei's peculiarity outside Linkong. Today he felt it more clearly, but he did not have the energy to think about those things. He looked at the courtyard again, at the pile of firewood that was withstanding the falling snow. Then he looked up at the falling snow and recalled something that happened in the past. That year, it was also snowing in Chang'an. Many people entered the city. Qi Nian came but was trapped in the snow forest by his younger sister. Jun Mo sat on the snow bridge for a whole night. The youngest brother and Sang Sang killed Xiaofan on the lake. He and Yi Su stood on the city wall and watched the snow for a whole night, talking about many things that did not matter. They met several times, in front of the small Taoist temple, deep in the snow-capped peak of the Tianqi Mountains. Even earlier, Sang Sang was born in the human world. There was a black line on the wilderness. He was drinking and reading by the pond on one side of the black line. Yi Su was chopping trees on the other side of the black line. It was said that he recited an interesting Taoist hymn and then began to travel around the world, trying to break through the barrier of life and death. He must have really broken through at the last moment. So, he really died? The eldest brother looked at the snow and kept silent for a long time. Yi Su's founding of the new stream had a lot to do with the academy. It was because Jun Mo had crippled him in front of the verdant canyon, and it was also because of the discussion he had with Yi Su. Then he remembered that since many years ago, even before he became a disciple of the headmaster of the academy, the person he wanted to be the most was a scholar who taught and educated people. The scholar lived in a shabby alley and taught those poor children. He lived a poor life. He ate nothing and drank nothing, but he never changed his happiness or his Taoism. He wanted to be such a person, but he did not expect that Yi Su had done so before him. In the last years of his life, Yi Su had always been such a person. After a long time, he reached out his hand and caught a snowflake. He turned to the drunkard and said, in order to achieve immortality, you abandoned the entire human world. Even if you succeed, don't you feel lonely? The drunkard said, death is the real loneliness. Take Yi Su for example. He has become a sage, but he has no connection with the world. He is the real loneliness now. The eldest brother shook his head and said calmly and affirmatively, you are wrong. He will not be lonely. Yi Su gave up his belief for decades just so that human beings would no longer need belief. He left the world, but he left many things behind. He believed that those things would really change the world. Many people were doing or were about to do the same thing as him. Jun Mo lit the wildfire at the bottom of the giant sinkhole, and he would lead the academy forward. He was a sage, but he had many peers. How could he be lonely? Sages should not be lonely since ancient times. Chapter 1072. It snowed a lot that winter. The heaviest snowfall did not fall on the wilderness, nor did it fall on capital Cheng of the Yan Kingdom. Instead, it fell on the capital of the Kingdom of Song, which used to be relatively warm. Many people recalled it and felt that it was some kind of omen, because something very important had happened in that snowfall. In the wind and snow, Yi Su, the founder of the new stream, was burned to death by Taoism, which shocked the entire human world. During this process, there were many puzzling things, such as why the Abbey Dean made such a cold and decisive decision, and why the Academy behaved sluggishly, which was completely different from before. The fourth brother came to the Song Kingdom with the river and mountain sandbox and caught up with the battle. In fact, it was because of him that Chen Pipi, Tang Xiaotang, and several disciples of the Sword Garret had the chance to escape. But he could not change the whole situation. He did not save Yi Su. More importantly, he came by himself. The eldest brother also came to the kingdom of Song and was severely injured by the drunkard. But he came too late. It was snowing and the pile of firewood was already covered with snow. Not even ashes could be seen. How could he save Yi Su? More importantly, he came by himself and did not represent the collective will of the Academy. The eldest brother and the fourth brother were acting on their own. They could represent the Academy, but not completely, because it was Yu Lian and Ning Ke who were in charge of the planning of the Academy. The Academy did not have any plan. What were Yu Lian and Ning Ke thinking? Was it really as Long Qing said before Yi Su died that they were coldly waiting for Yi Su to die? The cold winter wind passed through the steep mountains. Helan City, which had been retreating for a long time, was very quiet. The camp that used to house tens of thousands of cavalrymen was already empty. The sound of the goshawk sounded very monotonous. There were still hundreds of Tang soldiers in Helan City, the only passageway between the eastern and western wastelands. They had been guarding this place for several years. If the Tang Empire had not prepared a large amount of provisions here and the desolate man had secretly supported them, they would not have been able to hold on until now. At the highest point of the city gate, there was a very tall and domineering figure. The goshawk flew over from the distant ice peak and wanted to take a closer look. It found that the figure was a bit strange and the proportions were not harmonious. When the goshawk flew closer, it realized that the figure was weird, not because the person was born with something special, but because there were two of them, so they naturally looked weird. Tang looked at the Golden Tribe royal court in the west from the city gate with an indifferent expression on his face. His animal skin clothes were fluttering in the cold wind, looking like a bloody flag that would not fall. He was the world wayfarer of the Devil's Doctrine and the most powerful man in the Desolate Man's tribe. After Xiao's death, there were not many people who could be his opponent. But now, someone was sitting on his head. To be more precise, he had a specially made basket on his shoulder. There was a stool in the basket, and someone was sitting on the stool. Because Dun was very tall, the person looked high and mighty. Sitting on his head was a young girl. She looked like she was about 12 or 13 years old. Her black ponytail swayed in the cold wind outside the basket, looking very cute. A few years ago in Chang'an, the girl jumped into the sky and cut a rainbow. Then she jumped down with Li Man in her arms and broke her legs. Since then, she was too lazy to walk. At the beginning, she only liked to sit in a wheelchair. When she came to the wilderness, she began to sit on Tang's back. Even now, her injuries were basically healed, she still refused to get off. She said that it made her look more powerful. Since the day she became a little girl many years ago, her biggest regret was not the trouble every month, but not being powerful enough. Tang did not have any opinion on the girl's special preference. Because she was the current Grandmaster of the Devil's Doctrine and also the Academy's third sister, Yu Lian, and his teacher. Just like in the past few years, Tang carried Yu Lian everywhere in the wilderness. Today, she came to Helan City because she wanted to see what the Golden Palace was doing in Helan City. The priests in the Left King's Palace of the East Wilderness, as well as the powerhouses sent by the Divine Hall, were all killed by her and Tang in the past few years. Long Qing's loyal subordinates were the first to die. It sounded simple, but it was extremely terrifying when one thought about it carefully. Xi and Tang were only two people, but they were about to destroy a tribe. The population of the territory ruled by the tribe was actually no different from that of a country. There were tens of thousands of elite cavalries, endless support from Haotian Taoism, and countless powerhouses in the see-through state and knowing destiny state. But they destroyed it just like that. When Ning Ke was fleeing with Sang Sang on his back, he always had the feeling of fighting against the whole world alone. But what Yu Lian and Tang did was really the two of them destroying a world. After a few days, when she killed the last powerhouses in the East Wilderness, the warriors of the Desolate Man's tribe would collectively go south. Whether the more than 1,000 papal cavalrymen of the West Hill Divine Palace stationed in the Yen Kingdom would go north or not, the name of the left king's palace would not exist in the human world for long. In the future, they could only look for it in the pile of old books. Yu Lian was very confident about this. She thought it was a matter of course, and she did not even bother to show her confidence. But she knew that the Golden Tribe royal court would not let this happen. So what would Chanyu do? What kind of gift did the National Master and the 13th priest prepare for her? The snow and the wilderness had stopped last night. The snow in the city of Wei and the city of Helan had also stopped. The air that had been washed by the snow for several days was unusually clean. She stood up and looked to the far west. The gate of Helan City was extremely high, between two cliffs. Tang was very tall and she stood up in the basket, so she was naturally taller. But she was still not satisfied. She stood on her tiptoes on the stool, which looked interesting. I don't want to wait anymore. I feel something is happening over there. The wind blew her hair on her young face. It was a little itchy and irritating. She wiped it with her little palm and shouted, I want to go and have a look. She moved in the basket and Tang's body was a little unstable. He held the bottom of the basket and said, the Golden Palace can't pass through Helan City. If we want to keep the last hope of the left king's palace, we have to use other methods. Yu Lian thought of a possibility and then realized that it was not a possibility but something that would definitely happen. She said, they are going south. Inform the tribe that we are going south too. When she said this, there was no emotion in her voice. It was just that the little girl's voice was immature, so it sounded like a little girl trying to have a serious conversation like an adult. It was very funny. Tang was used to this voice over the years. But his iron-like eyebrows still trembled uncontrollably. He said, the Golden Palace will be prepared. Maybe we should prepare for it too. As I said, I'm curious about the gift they prepared for me. Yu Lian said expressionlessly, I heard that the little slave is a gift from Sang Sang to the human world. I'm Ning Ke's senior sister. I'll open it for him. If I'm not satisfied, I'll return it. Shouldn't we worry about the Central Plains? Tang thought of the world wayfarer of Taoism who used to be as famous as himself. He felt uneasy. The Abbey Dean is not an idiot like Xiong Chumo. Killing Yi Su is meaningless to Taoism. Why would he do it? The best and only way for Taoism to deal with it is to wait. Yu Lian said, if the battle between Haotian and the headmaster in the Divine Kingdom is decided before the new stream affects the foundation of Haotian's faith, they will win by waiting or gambling. The new stream was a faith. With the protection of the academy in the Tang Empire, it would be difficult to completely destroy the faith. The more pressure Taoism exerted on the new stream, the more likely it would help the new stream to grow. If the academy wanted to take the lead in this war, it had to help the new stream to grow and weaken the power of Haotian before the battle in the Divine Kingdom was decided. Relatively speaking, Taoism seemed to be in a good situation. But in fact, they were in a passive position. It was wrong to do it or not. As Yu Lian said, they could only wait calmly or helplessly. The academy had the initiative. That was why Ning Ke wanted to talk to the world. He was qualified to do so. He was confident that he could persuade Taoism and the Abbey Dean. Yu Lian had the same idea. At this moment, the Tang army stationed in Helan City brought a message. The Tang Empire had spent a lot of resources to build a transmission array in Helan City. It could only transmit simple messages and would not be activated easily. It had only been activated a few times in the past decades. The last time was the news of the late emperor's death. Today, the transmission array was activated again. It was also a piece of bad news that Yu Lian did not expect. Yi Su is dead. Upon receiving the news, Tang recalled the scenes in the past 20 years. He thought of the tree in the wilderness and the proud young man with a sword on his back who said the devil was an outsider. He kept silent for a long time. Yu Lian also kept silent for a long time. The long time here was really long. She had been silent in the cold wind since she received the news of Yi Su's death. She did not stop until the sun moved to the west and dusk covered the entire western horizon. White smoke came from somewhere in Helan City. She looked at the smoke and said, "Bad news can also be good news." For a few hours, she did not sigh or feel sad. She was reflecting and calculating in silence. She was calculating how Yi Su's death would affect the situation in the world. In the end, the result of her calculation was that the impact should be on the side that the Academy hoped for. That was why she said that Yi Su's death could also be good news. Just like the smoke rising from the chimney, it looked lonely, but in fact, it was the smell of fireworks that people needed to live. Yu Lian was very cold. Yes, she was a cold person. That was why Long Qing said that she and Ning Ke had been waiting for Yi Su to die. That was not her plan. But since Yi Su was dead, she could accept it. It was not the most important thing. She kept silent in the cold wind for a long time, from noon to dusk. Besides thinking about the turmoil caused by Yi Su's death, she also wanted to understand the most important thing. What was the Abbey Dean thinking? She told Tang that she and Ning Ke were sure that the Abbey Dean would not do anything to Yi Su. It turned out that she and Ning Ke were wrong. There must be a big problem hidden in this mistake. I will not feel comfortable if I don't figure out what he is thinking. Yu Lian walked down the city, leaving the dusk behind. At the same time, she also left the Golden Tribe royal court behind. Compared to what she was worried about, those things were not worth mentioning at all. At the other end of the transmission array in Helan City was the Tang Imperial Palace. Yu Lian received the news of Yi Su's death in Helan City, so the people in the palace naturally knew about it earlier. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Li Yu's face was a little pale. She did not know whether it was because of the lack of sunshine in recent years or some other reason. She looked calm, but her hands clenched on the chair, looking a little uneasy. In fact, not only was she uneasy, she was also very nervous and even afraid. But she was the regent princess, and she had to set an example for the emperor, so she could not show too many emotions. The young emperor was getting older and would officially ascend the throne next year. He had been educated by Mr. First, and he had performed extremely well both in virtue and ability. But he was still a young man, and today he encountered a situation that he had never encountered before. Thinking of the war years ago, he could not help but feel a little scared. Zheng Jing the Grand Secretary stood in front of the steps and said, "As the emperor, even if the world changes, mountains are destroyed, and rivers are broken, he must remain calm. This is the example that the emperor should set for his subjects." The young emperor looked at Li Yu nervously and said, "I understand, but I am a little worried about whether 13th uncle can stop that person." Zheng Jing the Grand Secretary shouted sternly, "So what if he can't stop him? It's not like that person has never entered Chang'an." Old Lady Chu pushed her family's women and children to the Vermilion Bird Avenue, and old Master Chow and his friends cursed him in the cold snow. The people of Chang'an threw bricks and waved their knives. Was there anyone who was afraid? Li Yu walked to the emperor's side, held his hand, and said gently, "Are you still afraid?" The young emperor's cheeks flushed upon hearing Zheng Jing the grand secretary's words, and his courage increased. He held her hand and said, "No. Even if that person enters the imperial palace, I am not afraid." The officials in the hall were very nervous, and security was tight everywhere, but the palace gate was not closed. The main gate of the Tang imperial palace was wide open, as if it was ready to welcome guests from afar. All the civil and military officials in the court, and even the ordinary people in Chang'an, were preparing for battle. It was not because of Yi Su's death, but because of something else. From last night to this morning, the iron arrow had not appeared in the capital of the kingdom of Song. There were only yellow sand and falling snowflakes on the square, but no shrill whistling of the arrow. Where was Ning Ke? What was he doing? The legendary primordial 13 arrows required a lot of strict conditions to perform a long-range sniping that ignored distance. However, those conditions had actually been fulfilled during this period of time. Whether it was the Sha hand scroll of the tomes of arcane in Long Qing's hands, the power of faith borrowed by Yi Su, or the river and mountain sandbox brought by fourth brother, they had all illuminated the chi of heaven and earth and pointed the direction for the iron arrow. At the moment when Tang Xiaotang jumped down from the sky, Long Qing was as bright as a golden flower in the ocean of consciousness, just like he had been many years ago on the snow cliff of Tianqi Mountain. At that time, he shot Long Qing to death with one arrow, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Why didn't he shoot him today? Was it really as Long Qing said, that he was waiting for Yi Su to die, so he didn't shoot? It had been snowing in Chang'an for several days, and it did not stop last night. The snowflakes drifted down and piled up on the city wall, on people's clothes, and even on their faces. Ning Ke's eyebrows were stained with snow and turned white, because his body was very cold, and the reason why his body was cold was because his heart was cold, because he had placed all his attention elsewhere. He held the dark iron bow tightly in his left hand, and the bow was bent to the extreme, like the bright moon in the night. The bowstring was extremely tight, and it went deep into the 3 fingers of his right hand, which looked a little scary. He kept the posture of drawing the bow, and it had not changed from last night to this morning. He was like an ignorant statue, and maybe because of this, the snow between his eyebrows had piled up. Some snow fell on his shoulders, and it was melted by his body temperature, and then frozen again by the cold wind. It reflected the morning light from the east, and sparkled like melted sand, a beautiful colored glass. The iron bow did not move at all after one night. He saw the unusually bright West Hill Divine Palace last night. This morning, the eastern seashore became extremely bright. Then, he saw 2 flowing lights between heaven and earth. They were the eldest brother and the drunkard. He had been observing the world in Chang'an. He did not step out of the city, but he knew what was going on in the world. He knew that from last night to this morning, many powerful cultivators were fighting fiercely. But he did not release the bowstring. He did not shoot the arrow, not because he was hesitating whether to save Yi Su. He was cold, but not like Lotus. He could watch Yi Su die, but he would not watch Yi Su be killed. The morning light shone on his face. He sensed that something was happening at the East Sea, something he did not want to see. But he could not release the bowstring and shoot the iron arrow. His black hair was tightly tied, and it was steaming in the cold morning wind. It was the sweat in his hair. He held the iron bow and looked at the arrow. The sweat overflowed from his hair to his face, and melted the snow between his eyebrows. The iron arrow did not leave the bowstring, because there was someone in front of it. From last night to this morning, he had been aiming at that person. He could not pay attention to what was happening elsewhere. For Ning Ke, that person was the most terrifying opponent, and also the sweetest bait. Because of fear, he had to aim at him. Because he wanted to shoot the enemy, he had to aim at him. In front of the city wall of Xiaofan, there was a Taoist in indigo. In the snow, there was a Taoist in indigo. Ning Kei's iron arrow had been aiming at him since last night. The Taoist in indigo put his hands behind his back, and looked calm, as if he did not care about being aimed at by the iron arrow. The primordial 13 arrows were legendary killing weapons. The proud young powerful man of the barbarian tribe, Ada, did not dare to move, and the drunkard was scared out of cold sweat. But the Taoist in indigo did not care at all. In the wind and snow, his indigo robe fluttered. Fluttering like an immortal. Just like in the past. Back then, he fought in Chang'an alone. Today, he left Peach Mountain and came to Chang'an again. He stayed in the wind and snow in front of the city for a night. Ning Kei pulled the bow all night. The night passed, and the morning came. The torches on the city wall were extinguished one by one, but he was still bright. He was like a torch, attracting Ning Kei's sight, locking his iron arrow and spirit. Even if Ning Kei could see the whole world, he could not do anything. Because he was the most powerful person in Taoism. The most powerful person in Taoism for thousands of years. Chapter 1073. The whole night of confrontation had undoubtedly brought great stress to Ning Quebec. His clothes had been soaked, frozen by the cold wind, and soaked again by his sweat. It had repeated countless times. The Abbey Dean had left Peach Mountain and suddenly appeared in front of Chang'an. It was shocking. But what scared Ning Kei the most was that his ocean of qi and mountain of snow had been destroyed. How could he recover? Yes. Although the iron arrow had not been shot and they had not fought, Ning Kei knew that the Abbey Dean had recovered. It was an unquestionable feeling. The Abbey Dean had completely integrated with heaven and earth. Ning Kei felt that he would lose the Abbey Dean's position if he blinked. It was like the knowing destiny state, but more wonderful. After a night of confrontation, Ning Kei had enough time to think. He thought a lot, but he could not get any answers. He could not understand what had happened to the Abbey Dean, so he could only focus on other things. He tried to figure out what was happening in the Peach Mountain and the Kingdom of Song through the Abbey Dean's arrival. Obviously, the peace talk had failed. Did the Abbey Dean really want to kill Yi Su? What about Yi Hongyu? Was he not worried about the division of Taoism? Was he so confident that he could defeat the academy? Ning Kei wanted to see the division of Taoism, so he asked Chu Yuxian and Chen Qi to bring those words to Yi Hongyu. But he did not want to see the current situation. Because everything was out of his calculation, which made him very uneasy. The city gate was closed. The wind and snow were everywhere. The Tang army guarding the city had withdrawn. All of a sudden, the Abbey Dean looked toward the east. Ning Kei glanced at the east with his peripheral vision. The Abbey Dean had not spoken since last night. But he suddenly said calmly, "You said you wanted to talk to the world. I want to talk to you too." Ning Kei wanted to talk to the world. In a sense, he wanted to talk to the Abbey Dean. The Abbey Dean wanted to talk to him, but he wanted to talk to the whole world. The Abbey Dean pushed the wheelchair down the cliff and floated down Peach Mountain, which proved that his ocean of qi and mountain of snow were recovering. He would be as invincible as before. This was a very important moment. At this moment, the first sentence he said to the world was simple, but it was like a thunderclap. He turned his eyes from the east and looked at Ning Kei on the city wall. "Yi Su is dead. Yi Su is dead. Or, I killed Yi Su." Ning Kei was silent. He was neither angry nor sad, nor did he ask for details. Just a moment ago, he had also felt the strange changes between heaven and earth by the eastern seashore. He had vaguely heard something. His silence didn't last for too long. He sighed, and then he smiled. His smile was a bit bitter, because right now, his mind was a bit blank, and he didn't know what to do. Then, is Yi Hongyu also dead? He was not asking the Abbey Dean. It was more like he was asking himself with a strong negative attitude. But he knew that Haotian Taoism would definitely kill Yi Hongyu before killing Yi Su. One was the founder of the new stream, and the other was the great divine priest of judgment of the West Hill Divine Palace. Yi Su and Yi Hongyu were the two people who could change the course of history, and they were also the hope of the academy. Now that his hope had become an illusory bubble, how could he not be silent? Just as Yu Lian had predicted, he also believed that Yi Su's death might not be a great loss to the spread of the new stream, the academy, and the Tang Empire. It might even bring some benefits. But he also knew that many things could not be calculated so objectively and calmly. The academy had always understood this. If Yi Hongyu was really dead, the Abbey Dean looked at him on top of the city wall quietly and said nothing. A night had passed. The bowstring had penetrated his flesh, and 3 fingers of Ning Kei's right hand began to bleed. The blood dyed the bowstring red, and it dripped down like rainwater from the eaves, down the city wall, and onto the snow. There were many reasons why he didn't shoot the Abbey Dean. The most important reason was that he wanted to hold on to his hope. He didn't have the confidence to shoot the Abbey Dean with the primordial 13 arrows, so he couldn't shoot. Things that didn't happen could have many endings. But when the endings were destined, there could only be one and only one, gloomy conclusion, just like the death of Yi Su and Yi Hongyu. But how long would this standoff last? Was he going to pull the iron bow and shoot the indigo robe until the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled? How long would the Abbey Dean stand in the snow? Did he want to block the entire Chang'an city by himself? What else did he want to do other than kill Yi Su? Ning Kei couldn't figure it out. He only knew that if this continued, his will would be destroyed by the Abbey Dean, even if the Abbey Dean did nothing but stand there quietly. Maybe, destroying his will was also something the Abbey Dean wanted to do? When the news of Yi Su's death came, the most critical moment had passed. Ning Kei made an action that even he didn't expect to make just a moment ago. He withdrew the arrow and put away the bow. With this action, the ice on his shoulder broke into pieces, and the snow on his clothes fell down. The Abbey Dean's eyes showed appreciation. But Ning Kei's expression was indifferent. He was also indifferent to himself. Yi Su was dead, and the Abbey Dean's most important goal was achieved. He had suffered a crushing defeat. If this standoff or battle had to continue, he could only use this method to force himself and Chang'an into a desperate situation, and to seek survival in a desperate situation. He carried the iron bow on his shoulder. The gate of Chang'an city was unguarded. Please come in. If the Abbey Dean wanted more, Chang'an would welcome him. Ning Kei didn't think the Abbey Dean would take this risk after Yi Su's death. A few years ago in Chang'an, he used thousands of knives to kill the Abbey Dean. Now he could do the same. He didn't regret not shooting the East Sea last night or before. Because the Abbey Dean was always there, and he couldn't be distracted. But now he didn't need to be distracted. The Abbey Dean looked at the city wall, smiled, and turned to leave. Ning Kei looked at his back and said, "I will figure out what you want to do." The Abbey Dean didn't look back and said, "When you figure it out, you will come to me." He was gone, but the wind and snow were still there. Ning Kei didn't sit on the city wall anymore, because he needed to figure something out. Taoism's unexpected decisiveness confused him, but he didn't feel frustrated. History always went up in a spiral, and wars rarely won all the way to the end. He walked down the city wall, and silently walked in the streets of Chang'an. He went to the Wanyan Tower to look at the statues of the venerables. He went to the Southern Gate Temple, and meditated in the Taoist temple with the black floor. He didn't go to Lin 40th Street, but to Yanming Lake. He sat on the shore, and looked at the lotus leaves in the lake, which were like statues without warmth, gradually covered by the white snow. Years ago in the Wanyan Tower, he understood the talisman. In the Southern Gate Temple, he understood Taoism. In the Yanming Lake, he understood more principles, including life and death, and something beyond life and death. But now he couldn't figure out what the Abbey Dean wanted to do. The Abbey Dean was the most powerful person in Taoism, and the Academy's biggest enemy. Even the headmaster of the Academy couldn't erase him from the world. He was also Chen Pipi's father and Yi Su's teacher. Logically speaking, the Academy should know him well. But it was not until this moment that he realized he was unfamiliar with this person. He couldn't even give a relatively truthful description of this person. He knew that the Abbey Dean's name was Chen Mao, and he was a rare cultivation genius. But he didn't know his preferences, or his views on the world, or his spiritual orientation. Did he want to become a god or a saint, or to be quiet and do nothing? He sat on the shore of Yanming Lake for 3 days and 3 nights, but still couldn't figure it out. He didn't even have a clue. So he got up and left, and the place where he sat was quickly covered by snow. The headmaster Yen Sei turned into ashes and was buried in a wild grave in the suburbs. The eldest brother hadn't come back yet, and he should be looking for Chen Pipi and the others. The second brother was still fighting with the Buddhism sect in the west, the third sister was killing people in the wilderness, and Chao Xiaoshu was waiting for the last moment in the small town. He walked in Chang'an, but he couldn't find anyone. Someone who could guide him. Finally, he walked in front of a brothel, which was the House of Red Sleeves. In this brothel, he once wrote a very famous calligraphy and had many experiences. And in this brothel, there was his real elder, Mistress Jian. Walking to the top floor of the House of Red Sleeves, he bowed to Mistress Jian and said, "Aunt Jian, I have something to ask you." Mistress Jian looked at his tired face and suddenly said, "I want to go to the academy." Since the spring wind and rain, Ning Kei had been sitting in Chang'an and never left the city gate. The academy was in the south of Chang'an, and he had to leave the city if he wanted to go there. After a moment of silence, Ning Kei said, "Okay." The carriage left the House of Red Sleeves, passed the Vermilion Bird Avenue, and went out of the city to the south. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the academy. They ran over the meadow, passed by the cold-resistant plum bushes and withered peach trees, and entered the back of the mountain. Walking in the back of the mountain, Mistress Jian looked at the warm cliff platform, the faintly visible small courtyard in the forest, and listened to the sound of the waterfall. Her expression was a bit complicated, and she didn't say anything. Bypassing the waterfall, passing through the narrow stone wall, they came to the precipice of the back of the mountain, and climbed up the steep mountain path with difficulty. Finally, they came under the wisteria and came to the cliff cave. The wisteria was planted by Sang Sang, and the small building was built by his senior brothers and sisters. Ning Kei stood under the wisteria, looking at the long beans that had long been dried by the wind, and felt a bit lost. Mistress Jian walked to the cliff cave and looked into the dark cave with the help of the sunlight. When she saw the few words written on the stone wall, her expression changed slightly, and her eyes became slightly moist. She seemed to be a bit moved. Those were the words written by Kuharan himself. "This is the first time for me to enter the back of the mountain of the academy." Mistress Jian turned around and walked to the edge of the cliff. She put her hands behind her back and looked at Chang'an City in the distance under the setting sun. Looking at the white clouds, she said, "I thought I would never come here." Those stories were the stories of the elders, so Ning Kei didn't ask, so he just kept silent. Mistress Jian said, "Actually, I have never liked the headmaster of the academy." Ning Kei didn't understand. He always thought that people like the headmaster could easily win the respect and love of everyone. Why did Mistress Jian say that she didn't like him? Mistress Jian looked back at him and said, "Because your uncle was taught by him." Yes, although the headmaster of the academy and Kuharan called each other senior brother, that was because Kuharan was too proud. In fact, he was taught by the headmaster of the academy, and at least his view of the world was greatly influenced by the headmaster of the academy. Ning Ke vaguely understood what Mistress Jian meant. If not for the headmaster of the academy, why would your uncle be so interested in the sky? Mistress Jian looked at the sky and said, "The academy always says that it looks after the human world, but in fact? When did you really look at the human world? You always look at the sky and always think that one day you will defeat and break the sky. But when did the sky ever offend you?" What she said was very unreasonable, especially when she said it in front of this cliff cave. Back then, when Kuharan tempered himself in the cliff cave, the headmaster of the academy ate meat and drank wine by the cliff and scolded the sky. Until later, whether the academy's view of the world was correct or not, it could not be the concept of a fight between hooligans. He rode a black donkey and held a sword upside down. Lotus was not as good as him, and the Abbey Dean was not as good as him. He was invincible in the world. As long as he didn't get tired of living, he could live for another few thousand years. Then why did he die? Mistress Jian said, "Because he was so arrogant that he wanted to go against heaven, so he was killed by Haotian." Why did he want to go against heaven? Because he wanted freedom. Why did he want freedom? It was all because of the headmaster of the academy's influence. If not for the headmaster of the academy, would he have died so early? So it was all the headmaster of the academy's fault. Deducing from the conclusion and ignoring Kuharan's own thoughts and choices in the process, it was even more unreasonable to blame the headmaster of the academy for everything. In order to figure out the Abbey Dean's true thoughts, Ning Ke walked around Chang'an City and pondered hard by the Yanming Lake. He was exhausted both mentally and physically. Finally, he found his only elder, but he did not expect to hear such unreasonable and irrelevant words. He could not help but sigh that women were indeed unreasonable. After saying this, Mistress Jian directly left the cliff platform and walked down the cliff along the mountain path. She did not say anything and did not pay attention to Ning Quebec. Ning Ke was speechless and could not understand what was going on. Suddenly, he vaguely understood something. Yes, what Mistress Jian said was completely unreasonable. Her words and actions were completely unreasonable. There was only hatred, just like the 2 times when Sang Sang ran away from home and left the human world. From his point of view, it was also unreasonable. This kind of unreasonable, in fact, was also a kind of reason. This was Mistress Jane's way of telling him that when he did not understand something, he might as well ignore it and deduce it from the result without reason. Sang Sang abandoned 20 years of love and thousands of years of companionship in the chessboard. She left him in the human world and mercilessly returned to the divine kingdom. This showed that she was still Haotian. No one could understand why the Abbey Dean killed Yisu. So instead of thinking about the reason, they just looked at the result. Taoism would be seriously weakened, but the new stream would not be suppressed. This was the biggest puzzle for the academy. But according to Mistress Jian's thinking, it was some kind of proof. The final result was that the foundation of Taoism would be shaken and Haotian would be weakened. This was the result. Ignoring the connection between cause and effect, not thinking about the process between the beginning and the end, and not guessing the Abbey Dean's intention, one could get close to the truth as long as one stared at the result. The Abbey Dean hoped that Haotian would be weakened. This was too absurd, too illogical. It was as unreasonable as what Mistress Jian said. But Ning Ke knew it was true. He looked up at the distant sky and remained silent. Heavens, I'm just forgetting about the heavens. Everyone says that I've forgotten about Sang Sang. I love her so much, how could I forget about her? It's just that she's so high and mighty, so how can I easily make an appearance? Writing a novel is indeed not an easy job. I've been working hard. I hope that I can make everyone happy, and I hope that I can keep writing happily. Shake hands, my dears. Let's have a good time together. Chapter 1074. So that's how it is. Then what does it mean? Although he did not get the final answer, Ning Ke was one step closer to the truth and to the Abbey Dean's idea. Maybe it was just a small step, but it was a big gain. Because according to the usual way of thinking, neither he, eldest brother, nor Yu Lian could come to this conclusion. In other words, no one dared to. Haotian Taoism wanted to weaken Haotian and even destroy it. It was not as simple as deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors. It was fundamentally against faith and logic. No one would think like that. Mistress Jian did not know what the Abbey Dean was thinking, but she could understand Ning Ke's confusion and pain. So she used two unreasonable words to point out the way for him. She used Kuharan's sword, the most direct way. People always said that the destination was not important, but the scenery along the way. Most of the time, it was just a self-comfort of the loser and an excuse for not having the courage to move forward. Looking back at the destination, the scenery along the way was actually more beautiful and clearer. It was the same with life and also with thinking. Ning Ke looked back at the mountain path and her figure between the cliffs. He knew that if she went to cultivate, she would definitely become a top figure. She was just not interested in it. He was grateful for her advice, just like what she had done in the past. She had been taking care of him since he came to Chang and from the city of Wei. When he first entered the House of Red Sleeves, she started to teach him. Because he reminded her of the lad who rode the little black donkey. Thinking of the first time they met years ago, the ridiculous days in the House of Red Sleeves, the fact that Mistress Jian made all the brothels in the Tang afraid to do business with him, the unspoken criticism and the gratitude he felt now, he could not help but sigh for a long time. His face was full of self-mockery and emotion. The Abbey Dean wanted Haotian to weaken. This was what Ning Ke was sure of. As for the reason, he had a vague guess, but he could not grasp the most crucial light. Or maybe it had been bright before, but he could not believe it. Even if the sun went out, life had to go on. Without understanding the Abbey Dean's intention, the situation in the world could not be changed. The war between the Tang Empire and the human world officially started again. Chang'an was filled with tension and killing. All the prefectures were constantly sending supplies to the border. The military ministry was brightly lit throughout the night, constantly mobilizing troops. The world outside of the Tang Empire was also in chaos. The news of Yi Su's death had brought the new stream to a low ebb. However, according to the intelligence of the secret guards, there was no large-scale withdrawal of the new stream. It was believed that after some time, the new stream would become even more powerful. Since the war had already begun, it had to be won. This was the principle that Ning Ke had always followed, and it was also the principle that the Great Tang followed. But to actually carry it out was assuredly very difficult. The most elite Yulin royal guards in the capital region had been transferred to the Verdant Canyon, ready to go south to Qinghe Prefecture at any time. On the surface, it seemed that Chang'an did not need to worry about defense with Ning Ke around. However, it also showed that the Tang Empire was under great pressure. Even the Yulin royal guards had to enter the battlefield and prepare for field battles. Ning Ke stood on the city wall, looking at the falling snow and the advancing Tang army in the wind and snow. He thought that since the war had begun, it seemed to be someone's principle to win. Was Yi Hongyu really dead? According to the Abbey Dean's style and wisdom, if Yi Su was going to die, she would die at the same time. he would not leave her any chance of survival. And according to what he had sensed that night, she was indeed dead. The Taoist of the Jishou Abbey, the hierarch of the Divine Halls, Xiong Chumo, and Zhao Nanhai of the South Sea. Facing such a lineup, Ning Ke was not confident that he could escape, and neither could she. But for some reason, he felt that Yi Hongyu was not dead. A woman like her should not have died so quietly. He had an unreasonable confidence in her. It was dead silent in the divine halls of West Hill. Countless divine priests and deacons knelt before the stone steps. They looked pale and terrified, because the thunder was roaring above their heads. The light screen made of thousands of rays of light was trembling under the thunder, as if it would fall at any time. The tall figure behind the light screen was trembling. Was it because of anger or fear? Yi Hongyu jumped into the abyss. The hierarch and Zhao Nanhai were sure that she was dead, but they did not relax. They sent many people down to the abyss to look for her body. The abyss under the precipice was extremely dangerous. The one in charge of this mission was a powerful cultivator in the Knowing Destiny state from the South Sea, and many other powerful cultivators from Taoism. Even so, it took them more than 10 days to return to Peach Mountain. By the time they came back, less than 1/5 of them were still alive. Most importantly, they did not bring back the body that the hierarch wanted to see the most. All they could bring back was bad news. The hierarch's angry voice exploded in the Taoist hall like thunder. Those kneeling before the stone steps were terrified. They did not know what kind of punishment they would face, so no one dared to speak. After a long time, the hierarch finally calmed down. His voice also became much softer. Only his closest subordinates could hear the uneasiness in his voice. Find her and kill her at all costs. The divine halls of West Hill did not find Yi Hongyu's body at the bottom of the abyss. But they found several ruts and traces of people passing by, which proved a shocking fact. Yi Hongyu was still alive. She jumped from the railing to the precipice and fell into the clouds. When everyone thought she was dead, she was still alive. She did what only Haotian could do. How did she do it? If we were to start from the beginning, we would have to go back to half a year ago. At that time, a letter left the Divine Hall of Judgment and was sent to a place through the most secret way. It was an invitation. To put it simply, we could turn the picture to that night. It was the night when the hierarch Xiong Chumo, the middle-aged priest, and Zhao Nanhai besieged Yi Hongyu. During the day before that night, Chu Yuxian and Qinqi had a passionate conversation in the Taoist hall. They invited Yi Hongyu on behalf of Ning Ke and expressed the contempt of the academy and the Tang Empire to the entire divine halls of West Hill. Because of Yi Su and the prediction of the Abbey Dean, Yi Hongyu did not accept Ning Ke's rude invitation. But she did not ask the hierarch to kill them either. Instead, she locked them in the U prison. The U prison was a place used by the divine halls of West Hill to imprison the traitors and the remnants of the devil's doctrine. It was heavily guarded with countless tactical arrays waiting to kill. For countless years, no one had ever escaped from this prison except for Wei Guangming. Even Ning Ke could not do anything to Chen Pipi when he was imprisoned here. Chu Yuxian and Qinqi were taken to the deepest part of the U prison by the black-robed deacons of the judicial department. They were locked in a cramped cell behind the iron fence. At that time, they had no hope of leaving. They knew that they would either die or never see the light of day. Either outcome was hopeless. What comforted them was that no one came to interrogate them from day to night. The rumored horrible means of the judicial department did not fall on them. It was very simple for them to understand that they were not badly mutilated and did not want to commit suicide because of Yi Hongyu. Only she would do that. Tonight or tomorrow, she might coldly kill Chu Yuxian and Qinqi, but she would not torture them. That was already a great mercy for her. She did not accept Ning Ke's invitation. It seemed that she did not want to make Ning Ke angry. Chu Yuxian and Qinshi sat in the cell and looked at the stone wall in silence. There was nothing in the cell except a bucket of water. No one brought them food. They were not tortured or subjected to the horrible punishments of the judicial department. But no one cared about them. The long wait was actually a cruel torture. They did not know when someone would come in and kill them. The psychological anxiety made Chu Yuxian a little uneasy, and his face became paler and paler. Chen Qi's thoughts were much deeper than his. He was wondering if Yi Hongyu was waiting for them to kill themselves by hitting the wall when no one was paying attention to them. A quiet environment always made people think too much, especially for Chen Qi, who was good at scheming. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was true. Yi Hongyu's mercy should be to give them a chance to kill themselves. He told Chu Yuxian, who became paler. After a moment of hesitation, he asked what they should do next. Should they kill themselves by hitting the wall or wait for another night? Qinshi did not hear it. Just when Chu Yuxian asked, a horrible bang came from outside the cell, which completely covered Chu Yuxian's most courageous question in his life. Along with that terrifying sound, there was a tremor. The cells hidden deep in the mountain began to shake violently. The water in the bucket kept swaying and splashing out a lot. Chu Yuxian held the wall and struggled to stand still. He felt a little dizzy. Was it an earthquake? Qinshi's expression became serious. He quickly walked to the stone window and looked out of the cell. He could only see the bright moon in the night sky and nothing else. He clearly heard that the horrible crash came from the night sky outside the cliff, and the tremor should come from the top of Peach Mountain, which meant something happened there. Then, several more loud bangs came from the top of Peach Mountain. The tremor spread to the cell. More and more water splashed out of the bucket, wet the ground, and then flowed to Chu Yuxian. Chu Yuxian took 2 steps back and asked Qinshi with a pale face, "What happened?" Qinshi shook his head and said, "I don't know." They were prisoners now, so they did not know that several top powerhouses of Haotian Taoism were fighting in the Black Divine Hall of Judgment on the top of Peach Mountain. The horrible crash and tremor were the effects of the battle. Hearing footsteps, Chu Yuxian and Qinshi looked back and saw a deacon in black walking to the fence, took out a key and opened the fence. He signaled them to follow him out. The deacon in black was about 40 years old. His face was extremely pale, not because of illness or fear, but because he had not seen the sun for years. The deacon took out the key, opened the fence, and signaled the prisoners to follow him out. His pale face showed no expression, and he looked calm and natural. Chu Yuxian and Qinshi looked at each other and saw the confusion and anxiety in each other's eyes. The change happened suddenly, but they did not know whether it was good or bad. Would they be greeted by death or something else after they left the stone room? After leaving the cell, they were greeted by a very long passage. The passage was made of stone walls, about 1.5 men tall and no wider than 2 men. It extended diagonally from a warehouse at the back of the U prison to the bottom of Peach Mountain. The dim light cast their shadows on the dry ground. The sound of their footsteps was unusually clear. No one came out to stop them. The deacon in black walked in front of them expressionlessly, as if he was sure that the entire U prison had fallen asleep at this time, so it did not matter how loud his footsteps were. The passage was really long. Chu Yuxian and Qinshi walked in it for 4 hours. Their feet were sore, their eyes were dizzy, and their calves were about to cramp, but they still did not see the exit. Qinshi keenly noticed that the walls of this part of the passage were covered with light dust, and there were traces of wind blowing on them. The oil stains on the oil lamp were still fresh. Judging from the wind blowing, they were about to reach the bottom of the mountain according to the slope of the passage and the distance they had walked. He relaxed a little because the passage was coming to an end, and then he became nervous again. All the details showed that no one had walked through this passage for at least decades. There was such an unknown escape passage hidden in the U-prison of the Divine Halls of West Hill. Who built it? Where was the black-clothed deacon going to take them? Qinshi guessed the truth, but he was even more shocked and puzzled. As the great divine priest of judgment, Yi Hongyu naturally knew the biggest secret of the U-prison, which even the hierarch did not know. She was the only one who could keep the entire U-prison silent. But why did she secretly let him and Chu Yuxian go? Finally, they reached the end of the passage. The deacon in black pressed a black brick to deactivate the mechanism, took out his Taoist sword, and carefully pulled out several bushes with deadly thorns in front of them. Then he walked out with Chu Yuxian and Qinshi. Outside the cave, there was freedom. Countless starlight fell from the night sky, filtered by the clouds between the cliffs and melted by the miasma at the bottom of the abyss, turning from milky white to a strange purple. Looking at the strange purple starlight, Qinshi and Chu Yuxian were equally excited about freedom and confused. For a moment, they were stunned and did not know what to say. The deacon did not give them a chance to speak. He turned over his palm and put 2 pills into their mouths. When Chu Yuxian realized what was going on, the pill had already entered his stomach and melted. He was shocked and angry, especially when he felt the malice and burning pain in his chest and abdomen. He thought he was poisoned, which made him even more indignant. If you want to kill me, you can just kill me in the cell. Why did you let me out of the cell and poison me after walking so far to the U-prison? How painful it is to give people hope and then make them despair. Are all the people in the Divine Hall of Judgment perverts? Don't you know that my feet are worn out after walking so far? Chu Yuxian collapsed on the ground in fear. He was a little confused, thinking about these messy things and helplessly waiting for death. But after waiting for a while, instead of sinking into the dark ocean and falling asleep, he became more and more awake. What's wrong? He stood up in confusion and shook his head. It took him a long time to fully wake up. When he saw the miasma under the starlight and remembered the information he read in Chang'an, he realized that the pill was not poison, but an antidote to the miasma. He could not help but feel embarrassed. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and the rotten leaves on his body. Then he walked to the deacon and Qinshi in front of him. When he was about to move forward, he found that the two did not mean to. Most of the trees at the bottom of the abyss were vines without large leaves, so it was not accurate to call it a forest. Normally, the view should be relatively wide, but it was not. Most of the starlight in the night sky was covered by the clouds and mist between the cliffs, which was why it turned into that weird purple color. After they stood for a while, the miasma around them became thicker and thicker, and the environment became extremely dark. Chu Yuxian noticed that there were thick rotten leaves under his feet. Looking at the vague shadows of vines around him, he suddenly felt a little cold when he thought of the horror of the abyss behind the U-prison. The miasma in the abyss contained natural toxins, as well as the resentful thoughts left by the dead prisoners in the U-prison. It was terrible when mixed together, and he was standing in the miasma. Chu Yuxian knew that if he had not taken the antidote pill, he would have bled to death. He was still alive, but he was still very scared, especially when he heard the faint howling of animals behind the vines. His forehead, which had just been wiped dry, was covered with cold sweat. There was a miasma, and there were powerful creatures living in the miasma for countless years. It was said that no one had ever walked out of the abyss. Could they walk out? If they could not, wouldn't they still die? Chu Yuxian thought in fear. Looking at Qinshi and the deacon who were standing still, he did not understand why they did not continue to move forward. The wind blew down from the cliffs and thinned the miasma in the forest. When the starlight shone again, Chu Yuxian noticed that there was a pool nearby, and there were some vague shadows on the other side of the pool, which should be carriages. How could there be carriages in such a dangerous isolated area? Whose carriages were those? Who was in those carriages and waiting for who by the pool? Waiting for him? Then why didn't they go there? Chu Yuxian narrowly escaped death tonight and encountered the abyss of certain death. His spirit had been repeatedly shocked, and he had become a little confused. He kept thinking about these messy things. As the brain of the fish dragon gang, Qinchi was known for his coldness, so he was much calmer. He only glanced at the carriages for a few times, and then looked up at the night sky like the deacon beside him. Something should fall from the night sky. At this moment, Qinchi vaguely understood something. It seemed that the Academy's plan had succeeded. Yi Hongyu was really going to betray Taoism. But why did she choose to leave in the middle of the night and choose such a dangerous path? What puzzled him the most was whether Yi Hongyu would really jump down from the top of the Peach Mountain, break through the clouds, and fall directly here as the black-robed deacon hinted. The top of the Peach Mountain was as high as the sky. There were countless dangers between the cliffs and the miasma at the bottom of the abyss. No matter who jumped down, they would definitely die. Sang Sang didn't die because she was Haotian. Ning Ke didn't die because Sang Sang jumped down with him and hugged him tightly in her arms when they landed. No one came to hold Yi Hongyu, and Sang Sang had already returned to the Divine Kingdom. Then how could she survive? She could not survive. Qinchi thought desperately. The hierarch Xiong Chumo, the middle-aged priest, and Zhao Nanhai all thought the same. Even the Abbey Dean had the same thought. Between the cliffs at the back of Peach Mountain, there were two startling grand formations. In the clouds and mist, there were many ancient inhibitions. Those were the wisdom accumulated by Taoism over countless years. They were not managed by the Divine Hall of Judgment but operated on their own as if they were alive. They grew stronger and stronger with the help of nature. Apart from the difference between the top of the mountain and the bottom of the abyss, the most dangerous part of the road in the night sky was not the poison in the miasma, but the array that represented the wisdom of Taoism. Even if Master Yen Sei came back to life, he could not break it in a short time, not to mention in the moment of falling. Who could do it? However, there was a sound of breaking through the air between the cliffs. Someone had really jumped down from the top of the mountain. Qinchi became extremely nervous. He was not Ning Ke, so he could not have such blind confidence in Yi Hongyu. He always felt that he would see Yi Hongyu die in the next moment. Yes, as he had thought before, no matter how powerful Yi Hongyu was, even if she suddenly learned talisman Taoism skills like Yen Sei, she could not survive. But she still jumped down. She was seriously injured by the three giants of Taoism. She walked to the railing, but did not look into the distance. Instead, she calmly walked to the cliff under the starlight and fell into the abyss together with the snowflakes. No matter how he looked at it, she would definitely die. At this moment, a complex array intent was generated in the miasma at the bottom of the abyss. At the same time, another array intent was generated on the cliffs. The two array intents met in the purple starlight. Chu Yuxian and Qinchi did not understand why they subconsciously described the array intent with the word smell when they felt it. Or was it because the array intent really had a smell? It was the smell of pig iron, and there were traces of rust on the iron. It was a little sweet, but there was also a little bitterness in the sweetness. There was also an indescribable sense of excitement. Then, the smell turned into the smell of stone. To be more precise, it should be the smell of moss on the stone. There was a little moisture, and there was a hint of the greenness of plants. What was strange was that there was no slippery feeling on the tongue. The moss seemed to have dried up in an instant. What did the smell of pig iron mean? Tough? What did the smell of stones and moss mean? Chu Yuxian and Qinchi were shocked and uneasy. Then they found it difficult to breathe. The reason why they had difficulty breathing was that they felt like there were countless stones in their chests and abdomens. Those stones were angular and extremely uncomfortable. What on earth was this array? They looked back in shock at the beginning of the array in tent, the carriage on the opposite side of the pool. They wondered who was sitting in the carriage and how could it be so powerful. Chapter 1075. The powerful array in tent spread along the precipice to the top of Peach Mountain, and then spread along the miasma to the surroundings. The speed of its spread was not fast in people's perception. It was like stones rolling, but in the real world, it took shape quickly. The two array in tents did not fight, but like two strangers passing by each other, they sat down side by side and merged into one place. They quickly became extremely thick, and although they were invisible and intangible, they seemed to have become real clouds. Shaken by the powerful array in tent, the miasma at the bottom of the abyss slowly dispersed, and the starlight turned from purple to white like snow. Finally, they could see the situation on the ground clearly. Chu Yuxian and Qinshi felt that the array in tent spread like stones rolling. When they could see the ground clearly, they found that there were stones rolling, and there were many of them. Thousands of stones rolled on the ground beside the pool and spread out, vaguely forming some kind of pattern. Together with the pattern, the clouds floating between the precipice also showed some kind of pattern. Something more amazing happened on the precipice. There were still stubborn wild trees growing between the smooth and seamless stone walls. They had withstood the wind and rain and the majesty of the Taoist array for countless years, but they refused to wither. At this time, being called by the array in tent, those wild trees with the strongest vitality began to move between the precipice. Their roots were still deeply rooted in the soil behind the stone walls, but their leaves kept swaying under the starlight. This was a big array, a real big array. This formation was truly huge. The thousands of stones at the bottom of the abyss, the shaking trees between the precipice, the falling gravel, and the pattern of clouds and mist were all part of this big array. If the array was a big talisman, then every stroke of the talisman was moving the mountain and breaking the earth. The heaven and earth were the paper, the stones were the seal, the fog in the abyss was the ink, and the pool beside the carriage was the inkstone. This big array was amazing, and the person who could set it up was even more amazing. It was hard to find such a person in the world today. Even in the long history of cultivation, probably only the great divine priest of light who founded the Devil's Doctrine, the founder of the Black Ink Garden, and the mighty people who set up the Peach Mountain Array in the divine halls of West Hill could do it. Even if they were resurrected, it would take a long time to set up such a big array. Besides, it was not easy to disturb the grand cultivators on the top of the Peach Mountain during those days. Feeling the powerful array in tent, Qinshi was finally no longer as cold as before. He was more confident that Yi Hongyu could survive. He continued to look up at the night sky. The big array in tent set up by the person in the carriage seemed to spread slowly, but in fact, it only took a very short time. Yi Hongyu, who jumped down from the divine hall of judgment, was still an inconspicuous black dot on the precipice. There was a shrill whistling sound between the precipice. The figure fell at a high speed without any support. Even though Qinshi knew that something would happen later, he still felt that the scene was too shocking. It was indeed shocking, because there were originally two arrays between the precipice, and the cliff. And intent of. The eye-catching array was a wonderful array used by the West Hill Divine Palace to prevent prying. It might not have much effect on Yi Hongyu, who was falling at a high speed, but what about the heart? How could her Tao heart continue to be calm? An invisible array in tent formed between the cliffs. The array intent was infused with the cold and murderous intent of Haotian Taoism, as well as the hatred of countless generations of prisoners in the Yu prison. The killing intent was so strong that it made the world tremble. The stone wall trembled, and the clouds outside the wall also began to tremble. The vibration caused by the array intent landed on Yi Hongyu, who was falling at a high speed, in a miraculous way. Vaguely, her figure paused in the night sky. The divine robe of judgment, which had been severely damaged in the previous battle, was shaken into countless shadows. They were not blown out by the mountain wind between the cliffs, but by the shocking array intent. The tremors came from the outside and landed on her Tao heart. Her sea of consciousness began to surge with countless waves, and her heart began to beat faster. It was as if her sea of consciousness would overflow in the next moment and her heart would rupture. Back then, Ning Ke was almost killed when he climbed slowly between the cliffs. What about her tonight? Fortunately, Ning Ke was helped by the bright moon that night. The warm and tranquil moonlight helped him survive. Tonight, Yi Hongyu was also helped by the array intent from the bottom of the abyss. The wild trees between the cliffs kept moving back and forth within a very small distance. The leaves rustled, and the soil at the roots cracked. The stubborn and powerful vitality kept cleansing the resentment from between the cliffs. The thousands of stones at the bottom of the abyss completely activated the array intent in the fog and clouds beside the pool, and spread toward the array that had been passed down for countless years in the divine hall between the cliffs. That array intent was very faint, like a candle flame that could not be blown out. It landed gently on the precipice and covered the shocking array intent, leaving not a single spot untouched. The stones at the bottom of the Daming Lake had been silent for countless years, but they could isolate the world. The same was true for those stones at the bottom of the abyss. The shocking array on the cliffs was greatly affected. An inconspicuous pebble flew into the air like a sharp arrow and pierced a hole in the array that covered the eyes. At that moment, Yi Hongyu's figure had just landed in the hole. With a swoosh, a hole appeared in the air outside the cliffs. It could be seen that it was a hole because of the refraction of the starlight, which made the hole look different from the surroundings. Yi Hongyu fell through the hole and successfully avoided the most powerful killing intent of the heart-shocking array. But it was not enough. Because she continued to fall, and because of the power of the earth, she fell faster and faster. Finally, she seemed to become a meteorite. She was very powerful and a genius of Haotian Taoism. But she was a genius of Haotian Taoism. She had never cultivated and could not cultivate the skills of the devil's doctrine. So she could not jump down from the sky like Yu Lian and Tang. If she landed on the surface of the abyss like this, she would definitely fall to her death. But obviously, she and the great array master in the horse carriage had made countless preparations. A psyche power fell from the horse carriage into the pool. The pool rippled and countless array intent entered the big array. Thousands of stones under the ground rolled again, and the pattern changed instantly. The miasma beside the pool did not hide anymore. It gradually condensed and finally became an air cushion. The miasma was not air, or rather, it was not ordinary air. There were countless toxins in it, which could be understood as power. The miasma was air with great power. The man turned the miasma at the bottom of the abyss into a cushion, which could withstand a lot of power. The whistling sound came from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the abyss. The strange beasts in the dark forest that made the strange sound were scared and ran away. Chu Yuxian and Qinshi covered their ears in pain. There was another loud bang. A figure fell heavily to the bottom of the abyss. In the sound of crashing, tens of thousands of rotten leaves and green branches were shaken up and thrown into the sky like fireworks. At the same time, several streaks of blood dyed the night sky red. Seeing this, Chu Yuxian and Qinshi turned pale. They did not know whether she could survive or not. They were about to rush over to save her, but suddenly there was a dense whistling sound around them. Dozens of figures rushed over like sharp arrows. They were all black-robed deacons of the Divine Hall of Judgment. Chu Yuxian and Qinshi were slightly surprised that they did not notice these people were there. A moment later, with the sound of footsteps, dozens of black-robed deacons came over, guarding Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu glanced at Chu Yuxian and Qinqi without any expression, and continued to walk over there. Chu Yuxian and Qinqi did not respond to her gaze. They looked away as if they did not dare to look at her, not because of awe, but because of her current appearance. At this time, she was covered with blood. Her robe was badly damaged and piled up randomly on her waist. Half of her body was naked, and blood was still flowing along her perfect curves. It was a cruel beauty. Different from Chu Yuxian and Qinqi, the dozens of black-robed deacons around Yi Hongyu looked very normal. They did not show any special expression on their faces, nor did they try to avoid eye contact. Chu Yuxian and Qinqi followed them to the other side of the pool. When they were close to the carriages, they remembered the biggest confusion in their minds. Who on earth was that great array master? The answer was revealed soon, because there were more than a dozen women standing beside the carriages. They stood on the other side of the carriages, so Chu Yuxian and Qinqi did not see them before. Those women were covered with gauze, and the swords hanging on their waists were very strange. They were the famous Xiao swords. Just like their eyebrows and eyes, there was natural softness and unyielding courage in their delicate beauty. They were the female disciples of the Black Ink Garden of the Great River Kingdom. With a light squeak, the closed door was pushed open. At this time, Yi Hongyu just walked to the pool. A woman walked out of the carriage. She did not have a sword on her waist, but only a blue ribbon. Her black hair under the crown was like a pouring lake, and her royal robe was a little loose, like a cotton dress. She was elegant and graceful, and her aura was calm and pleasant. She wore a pair of unique glasses in the world, but her eyes were still as unfocused as before, showing a kind of clumsy cuteness. She was Mo Shanshan, once the youngest divine talisman master, and now the queen of the Great River Kingdom. Yi Hongyu walked to her, with blood flowing on her naked body. Those female disciples of the Black Ink Garden were a little surprised and did not dare to look at her. They did not understand why she did not care about it. This attitude was very powerful. It was not bold or dissolute. Yi Hongyu did not care about her body being seen by others, even those filthy things. It was not that she was proud of her beauty and wanted to show her body to the world, but that she did not care about her body at all. She had no awareness of gender. From the moment she sat on the seat of heavenly black jade, she became a superior existence in the world, and had already surpassed the boundaries of men and women, because she was no longer an ordinary human being. That was why she was so calm and indifferent. Those black-robed deacons who were loyal to her also had to learn to be calm and indifferent. Although Chu Yuxian, Qinqi, and the female disciples of the Black Ink Garden felt very uncomfortable, they did not dare to say anything because of her identity and status. They could only avoid looking at her. Mo Shanshan was different. She left the carriage and walked forward. She took off her pure white royal robe and let it dance in the wind. When it fell, it wrapped Yi Hongyu's body. Looking at Yi Hongyu's snow-white cheeks, she frowned and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Yi Hongyu said expressionlessly. Mo Shanshan could not get rid of the worry on her face. She was very clear that although she had prepared for it, she would have to pay a great price to escape from the three giants of Haotian Taoism. She confirmed again, "Are you really okay?" Yi Hongyu slightly raised her eyebrows and seemed to be a little hesitant. She said, "What's wrong with me?" After saying this, she walked to the carriage, but did not throw away the royal robe that Mo Shanshan put on her. As soon as she walked into the carriage, she closed her eyes and sat down. Then she began to bleed. Mo Shanshan walked to her and reached out to hold her hand. She was very worried. On her snow-white skin, her slender eyelashes were as calm as willow leaves in the ice. There was not the slightest bit of trembling, but blood kept flowing out of her eyes. Blood also began to flow out of her ears and the corners of her lips. Mo Shanshan knew that the injuries left in her body by the three giants of Haotian Taoism were starting to break out. She could only silently pray that she could survive, at least until she walked out of this abyss. Several carriages began to move slowly from the side of the pool to somewhere. At this time, the bottom of the abyss was shrouded in mist again. Without a trace of starlight, it was naturally difficult to tell the direction. Chu Yuxian and Qinqi did not know where they were going. They were taken into the carriages by the disciples of the Black Ink Garden and walked with them silently. In the end, they could not help but ask each other. It was Zhuo Zhihua, the principal disciple of the Black Ink Garden, who talked with Qinqi. She did not say too many details, but compared with the big tactical array and the pictures she saw with her own eyes, the truth of the matter was clear. What happened tonight was all within Yi Hongyu's plan. Whether Ning Ke asked Chu Yuxian and Qinqi to bring those words to the Peach Mountain or not, she had already begun to prepare to betray Taoism. It was not because of the complicated relationship between her and Ning Ke, or because she had lived in Chang'an for a long time. It was because she was Yi Su's sister. Her judgment was actually very similar to Ning Ke's. They both thought that the Abbey Dean would not take the most extreme measures. However, she and Ning Ke were also used to not trusting anyone, including their own judgment. They were used to leaving a way out, or in other words, a way out. She was very clear that if these things really happened, she would have to face a terrible situation. So the way out was the last way, and the way out was the only way out. She had to ensure that it was kept secret and could not be discovered by the Abbey Dean and the hierarch. Moreover, a shameless person like Ning Ke could not know about it. She only trusted those who were worthy of her trust. In today's cultivation world, probably only the eldest brother of the academy, Jun Mo, and a woman who was very different from her, but in some aspects very similar to her. Many days ago, a letter left the Divine Hall of Judgment, crossed the surging river through the most secret channel, and arrived at the capital of the Great River Kingdom, which was full of maple leaves. It was quietly sent to the imperial palace. Mo Shanshan, who had been the ruler of the Great River Kingdom for several years, spent a lot of energy on such a simple letter. She let the people and the divine halls of West Hill think that she was still in the imperial palace, but in fact, she secretly left the Great River Kingdom and came to the divine halls of West Hill. She even lived in the U prison for many days. Chapter 1076. Yi Hongyu was the great divine priest of judgment. She helped Mo Shanshan to live in seclusion in the depths of Peach Mountain while Mo Shanshan spent these days studying how to break the array in the precipice. In this process, both of them gained a lot. Mo Shanshan's mastery of the Great Blockage Formation was getting more and more terrifying. Yi Hongyu, on the other hand, had learned new Taoism skills by observing the Great Blockage Formation. Tonight in the Divine Hall of Judgment, when facing the hierarch Xiong Chumo's Tianqi, she restrained her breath and turned it into a stone. There was not enough time. Mo Shanshan could not break the great array of clear light in the front yard of Peach Mountain. Yi Hongyu could only choose the back of Peach Mountain as the last escape route. Apart from that, they had prepared many plans for tonight. However, the Abbey Dean's decisiveness was so calm that those better plans were all useless. Mo Shanshan opened this route more than 10 days ago. Last night, she received the news of the Divine Hall of Judgment. She and Yi Hongyu's subordinates started to set up, waited, and succeeded. There was a saying in the cultivation world that there were 3 addicts. They were the Tao addict, the calligraphy addict, and the flower addict. They were the most talented and beautiful female cultivators. Now, the flower addict, Lu Qinjia, was cultivating in the Yueluan kingdom and no longer cared about worldly affairs. Yi Hongyu became the great divine priest of judgment and Mo Shanshan became the queen of the great river kingdom. No one would have thought that these two women, who did not have much contact with each other in their cultivation life, would work together without the world knowing. What's more, they had such a tacit understanding. Yi Hongyu sent the letter, which was equivalent to handing over her life to the other party. She was a cruel judge. She did not even trust the academy, but was willing to trust Mo Shanshan. As the queen, Mo Shanshan did not hesitate to leave her country after receiving the letter and went to the divine halls of West Hill at great risk. Where did their trust come from? In the future, when this legendary story was spread around the world by the new stream, people would often ponder over it, but they could not find an answer. Perhaps only Ning Kai knew the answer to this question. Because for many years, he was in the basket under the iron chain, and he was also in front of the White Bone Mountain at the front gate of the Devil's Doctrine. He had seen them fight to the death, and he had seen them go through thick and thin together. He had seen them accompany each other in their youth, and he had seen them, chatting like ordinary girls. The fog at the bottom of the abyss was very thick. Although they had all taken the antidote pills specially prepared by the judicial department, they still felt a little dizzy, especially the seemingly handsome horses, which were even more exhausted. Therefore, the carriages moved very slowly. What comforted them was that the people sent by the divine hall to confirm the situation would also arrive very slowly. After walking for a long time, a ray of light finally penetrated the fog and fell into the dark forest. But it was unknown whether it was the early morning or the scorching sun in the sky. Mo Shanshan, a divine talisman master with a high state, and the black-robed deacons of the divine hall of judgment who were best at escaping and killing, were in the team. After Sang Sang and Ning Kai, the abyss finally welcomed the second group of conquerors. The wheels rolled over the rotten leaves. The ground was too soft and undulating from time to time. Sitting in the carriage was like sitting on a boat. Some people would feel comfortable, while others would feel a little dizzy. Mo Shanshan heaved a sigh of relief when Yi Hongyu woke up. She brought the water to her lips and fed it to her. She asked softly, "How do you feel? Do you want to eat something?" "A little dizzy," Yi Hongyu said with a frown. She might be hungry, or she might have lost too much blood, or she might be seasick. But she didn't think it was because apart from dizziness, she also felt a little uncomfortable in her chest and abdomen. The discomfort came from her Taoist heart and her real heart. Her Taoist heart suddenly became a little unstable. Her heart suddenly beat faster and the blood in her veins rose and fell like a tide. Something would definitely happen if she had a sudden impulse. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked into the distance. The forest was full of fog. The sunlight became very soft and fell on her snow-white face. She looked very beautiful. However, the soft sunlight was destined to blur the scenery in the distance. Even if she opened her eyes without blinking and wanted to see further, she couldn't do it. She still looked in that direction quietly. She knew that it was the northeast. She didn't know why, but she knew it was because the Song Kingdom was in the northeast. Yi Su was in the northeast. The sunlight became softer and softer. It was as if it was no longer moving in a straight line but became something like water. The scene became rippling. Yi Hongyu looked at the distorted scene in the soft sunlight and carefully analyzed it. She seemed to see the Jishou Abbey, the mountain path, the thin lad with a wooden sword on his back, the blue sea and his cold face. Finally, she saw the verdant canyon and finally saw his smile. His figure gradually faded away. He was no longer as straight as before, but he became taller and taller. His figure finally disappeared in the sunlight and could no longer be found. At this moment, Yi Hongyu knew that her brother had left this world. She closed her eyes. She didn't fall asleep. She just didn't want to look. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth again. It was not because of internal injuries, but because of heartbreak. Her face became abnormally white because the soft sunlight had suddenly become cold. After a while, she opened her eyes again. They were calm and extremely bright. There were no stars in the deepest part of them. There was only the brightest star hanging in the silent night sky. The blue sea was fake. It was the satin on Mo Shanshan's waist. Unfortunately, the feeling was real. He had really left. The star in the deepest part of her eyes suddenly twinkled. Two extremely thin streams of blood flowed from the corner of her eyes. She was expressionless. There was no sorrow on her face. She did not cry. She was only bleeding. However, Mo Shanshan could see the infinite sorrow on her face and the vast ocean in her eyes. Her heart ached and she reached out to hold her hand. She didn't say anything and just held her hand tightly. They walked out of the abyss and crossed the green mountains. They had long been prepared. With the secret cooperation of the judicial department, the carriages were not stopped. Even the Westhill Divine Palace did not know of their existence. They walked out of the Westhill Divine Kingdom and came to the surging river. In front of the famous iron chain, Yi Hongyu looked at it for a while. Then the carriages continued south and entered the great river kingdom. At this time, the news of Yi Su's death had spread all over the world. As the most loyal ally of the Tang Empire, the great river kingdom was also in full preparation for war. The absence of the monarch did not affect the judgment of the courtiers. The people on the street all had swords hanging on their waists. They walked among the frost maples with solemn expressions. It really felt like every citizen was a soldier. Along the way, Yi Hongyu constantly issued orders to the priests and deacons who were still loyal to her in the Divine Hall of Judgment to hide. Peach Mountain would inevitably face a bloody purge. She did not know how many of them would survive, but she had to try her best. On the stone steps in front of the palace, Missouri Shanshan said goodbye to Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu would go to the Mogan Mountain Black Ink Garden to recover. At the same time, that place would become the office of the old Divine Hall of Judgment. Although she was still worried about Yi Hongyu's injury, she was the monarch after all. She had a lot of government affairs to deal with. Especially in such a serious situation, she had too much responsibility on her shoulders. She could not stay far away from the power center of the great river kingdom. I really want to know what you were thinking when you looked at the river in front of the iron chain. Lu Bai looked at the river and comprehended the sword. He drew the sword on a piece of paper and sent it to me. I want to see how much difference there is between my sword and the river. The difference Yi Hongyu was talking about was not the difference in the state of sword Taoism, but something else. What Lu Bai and my brother did is something I have never done before. I have always been indifferent to the faith. Maybe it is also a kind of piety. Or maybe I need to change something. Mo Shanshan said, the whole world will change. Yi Hongyu knew that she was talking about the new stream. She said, I will pick up the sword and protect his faith. From the moment she said that, the new stream had a new guardian. When Yi Su founded the new stream, the first guardian was the Sage of Sword, Lu Bai, and then Lu Yiqing. The sword Garrett played the most important role. The academy and the new stream were inextricably linked. But neither eldest brother nor Ning Kai could play the role of guardian, because they were non-believers. Yi Hongyu turned to Mo Shanshan and continued, I need more help from you. Mo Shanshan understood what she meant. If the new stream had the support of a secular country, it would definitely develop faster and its foundation would be more stable. Just like how the academy could not play the role of guardian, the Tang Empire could give the new stream the most direct military support, but they could not let the new stream occupy the spiritual ruling position in the country. The Great River Kingdom did not have this problem. Although the people living here were close to the Tang, they were still believers of Haotian. There was no such thing as the South School of Haotian Taoism. Most importantly, she was the monarch. That's something I naturally have to do. Mo Shanshan pushed up her glasses and looked very cute. Yi Hongyu noticed her cute action and frowned. Ning Ke made it? Mo Shanshan was a little embarrassed and explained, it's for my eyes. It's very useful. As long as you don't mistake it as a token of love. Yi Hongyu mocked, you went to Peach Mountain to help me because you wanted to help Ning Quebec. Does he know about this? Even if he does, will he care? Mo Shanshan looked at the flower tree in the corner of the imperial city and said, that tree blooms by itself. It doesn't need anyone to look at it. Yi Hongyu sighed, what an idiotic way of saying that. Mo Shanshan smiled and said, he likes to call people idiots. He used to call you an idiot in front of me. Can you not relate everything to that shameless and useless guy? Yi Hongyu said angrily, most women in the world don't know how to love themselves. There are very few that I respect. You are one of them. But if you can't get rid of that weakness, you can only be an ordinary woman. Mo Shanshan asked curiously, what weakness? Love, or Ning Quebec, Yi Hongyu said, if you have desires, just find a man to sleep with. Other so-called feelings are all fake. It's so stupid to indulge in those feelings. It's infuriating. Mo Shanshan said helplessly, it's not the same thing. Even if what you said makes sense, even if love is like honey and you can have a taste, you shouldn't find that useless Ning Quebec. There are few people as shameless as him, and I've never seen someone as useless as him. Yi Hongyu made the most negative comment on Ning Ke expressionlessly. In the past, she actually admired Ning Quebec. Even though he was indeed shameless, at least in some aspects, what he showed was in line with her aesthetics or philosophy. She even thought that he was the same kind of person as herself. But now, her view had changed a lot. She failed to stop the fire in the courtyard in the capital of the Kingdom of Song because she was actually trapped in the West Hill Divine Palace. And also because she thought that the academy could protect Yi Su well. But Ning Ke failed. In her view, his incompetence on this matter was infuriating. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Will you always stay in the palace? I am the monarch. Have you ever thought that if you go to Chang'an, you might play a bigger role? But I am the monarch. Even though I was forced to become the monarch, I have to be responsible for the people of the Great River. The war has begun. How can I leave? Yi Hongyu said nothing more. She called Chu Yuxian and Qinqi over and handed them a letter. She said, only Ning Ke can read it. When they left Chang'an, Chu Yuxian and Qinqi were determined to die. It was with this attitude that they performed well in the West Hill Divine Palace. The beginning of the chaos was their two conversations. They gradually left the West Hill and arrived at the Great River Kingdom. Only then did they really believe that they did not need to die. They relaxed a lot, but now they were nervous again, just like when they left Chang'an. Chu Yuxian felt that the letter in his hand was as heavy as a stone. He did not know what was written in the letter, but from Yi Hongyu's expression, he knew that the content was very important. He and Qinqi would not stay in the Great River Kingdom. They would continue to move forward and enter the Yueluan Kingdom through the forest at the bend of the river. Finally, they would return to the Tang. It was a long journey, and they felt a little overwhelmed with such a letter. The carriage to the Tang Empire drove away with the letter. Yi Hongyu was about to get on the carriage when she heard a conversation at the gate of the palace behind them. It was Cat Girl who was talking to Mo Shanshan. Since Haotian is not in the human world, why don't we go to Chang'an? Mo Shanshan did not answer. Yi Hongyu did not know whether it was because she did not have an answer or because of other reasons. Yi Hongyu looked back at Cat Girl and smiled sarcastically. She did not say anything. She stepped into the carriage and ordered her subordinates to drive away. They went out of the capital and arrived at Mogan Mountain at dusk. The horse carriage traveled on the quiet mountain road. The sunset painted the western sky red. Yi Hongyu lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the bloody twilight. She wondered where the divine kingdom was. Were you really there? There is nothing to say. Jiang Yi is in his last month. I will focus on doing a good job. Please encourage me. One last thing that I haven't said for half a year, please vote for Jiang Yi. Thank you. Chapter 1077. Chen Pipi and the others returned to Chang'an. Ning Ke met them at the city gate, but eldest brother was nowhere to be found. Don't worry, senior brother has to leave. Chen Pipi looked at him and said, you don't need to feel too burdened about this matter. My father's actions are like the will of the natural stream. No one knows where it will fall. It's not your fault. When they reunited again, there was no anger or disappointment, but only comfort. Ning Ke knew that Chen Pipi was such a person, so he was not surprised. However, he felt that his mood became heavier, especially when fourth brother looked at him and sighed. Ning Ke bowed to them and the disciples of the sword Garrett. Then he said to Chen Pipi, it's my fault after all. Chen Pipi said, Headmaster once said that those who seek benevolence will get benevolence without complaint. That must be how senior brother felt when he left. Those who live and those who leave have their own gains. In this case, there's nothing wrong with it. Fourth brother also said, if you really think you're wrong, don't make mistakes in the future. Ning Ke turned to look at the numerous caravans on the official road outside the city gate and said, I won't give myself a chance to make mistakes again. People who had been away from home for years returned home, and many left for the frontier. As time passed, the situation on the continent became more and more tense. The Tang Empire faced the most difficult situation and began the most thorough and powerful mobilization. The resources and spirit accumulated for thousands of years were fully displayed at this moment. Whether it was the teachers in the countryside or the girls in the brothels, no one was afraid of the coming war. They only quietly looked forward to it. Countless supplies and fodder were transported from the regular warehouses of various states and counties. Countless cavalrymen left from various military camps and rode to various passes at the border. The Northeast Border Military, which had been newly established for several years, had not recovered to the peak of its strength when Lord Xiaofan was leading the army. They also began to prepare to destroy the Yan kingdom. In Tuyang City, there was a hubbub of voices and the neighing of war horses. In the general's mansion, countless battle plans were gradually formed. They were all plans to slaughter Chengjing. The Yulin royal guards went south from Chang'an and arrived at the plain behind the Verdant Canyon. They joined the Southern Expedition Army which had been guarding the Verdant Canyon for years and were ready to attack the hundreds of thousands of South Jin troops and the papal cavalrymen of the Divine Halls of West Hill in the south. The most critical and dangerous battlefield was still in the northwest of the empire. The Golden Tribe Royal Court was marching south. A war that would destroy the empire was inevitable. Countless military orders were sent from the North military camp to the border. The 200,000 most elite soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army had gathered. They were ready to fight against the barbarians on the grassland with their blood and lives. However, after losing the Xiangwan Plain for several years, the Tang army was seriously short of warhorses. The well-trained old cavalrymen could only fight in the infantry. In the coldest days of winter, Chu Yuxian and Qinchi finally returned to Chang'an. They went south from the West Hill to the Great River, passed through the dense forest, and sneaked around the Yueluan kingdom to return to the Tang territory. They suffered a lot, but fortunately, they did not lose the letter. Ning Ke took the sweaty letter and knew that Chu Yuxian had kept the letter close to his body for dozens of days. He raised his eyebrows and wondered what Yi Hongyu wrote in the letter. Why did she take it so seriously? Didn't she know that a verbal letter was relatively safer? Unless what Yi Hongyu wanted to say to him could not be known by others, not even Chu Yuxian and Qinqi, whom he trusted very much. He crushed the fire seal and tore open the envelope. He took out the thin piece of paper and looked at it. He saw the words she had written. There were very few words on the paper, so he didn't need to look at them for too long. However, those words were very important, so he looked at them for a very long time. Impossible. This was Ning Ke's first reaction after reading Yi Hongyu's inference. After that spring breeze and rain, he never felt her existence again. He looked at the giant ship sailing towards the Divine Kingdom in the sunset. He thought she must have returned to the Divine Kingdom. For him, she was already dead. What if what Yi Hongyu said was right? He might find the answer to many things, such as the Abbey Dean's choice. But he still could not find the deepest and truest reason for his choice. Of course, these things were not important to Ning Quebec. All his attention was swallowed by the literal meaning of the letter. She did not return to the Divine Kingdom, but was still in the human world. Ning Ke knew that it was time for him to leave Chang'an. He kept silent for a long time. He entered the palace and talked with Li Yu for a long night. He told her many things and wrote a letter to Mo Shanshan, but he tore it up in the end. Then he went up to the gate tower. He enjoyed the scenery on the gate tower. When Sang Sang came to the human world, he watched her for a long time in the divine halls of West Hill. Then she left the human world. He thought she had returned to the Divine Kingdom, so he watched her for a long time. He looked at the countless experts, looked at the clouds moving, looked at the great rivers and mountains of the human world, looked at this city and this country, but in reality, he was also searching. He wanted to use his own eyes to find the traces left behind by her. It was early in the morning. He cooked a pot of vegetable porridge by the hut on the city wall and drank it while it was still hot. The falling snowflakes melted when they touched his face. Then he walked to the side of the city wall, faced the human world, and put an arrow on his bow. With the help of the God-stunning array in Chang'an, his primordial 13 arrows could do many incredible things. But they were also limited. Many conditions were needed for them to be effective. For example, in the autumn in front of the imperial palace in Linкang, he tried to kill the drunkard with the eldest brother. But once the drunkard found out, it would not work. Because of these and other reasons, his iron arrow did not appear in the human world for many years after the right to light on the Peach Mountain. Now he pointed his arrow at the human world. Who was he going to shoot? After Yi Su's death, Long Qing left the capital of the Kingdom of Song. He led 2,000 papal cavalrymen of the divine halls to the north in the wind and snow. Then the eldest brother left to look for Chen Pipi and the others who had escaped first. Just like in the past years, the drunkard also left with him. To put it nicely, he was like a fallen leaf following the autumn wind. To put it bluntly, he was like a gangrene attached to the bone. The eldest brother found Chen Pipi and the others and escorted them back to the Tang territory from the divine halls of West Hill. Then he did not follow them. He watched them enter Chang'an and left first. No one knew where he went. If the drunkard had entered the distanceless state at the same time, he might have been able to catch up with the eldest brother, just like before. But somehow, his reaction was a little slower. His feet were a little sluggish on the cold snow as if they were frozen. Then he lost track of the drunkard. Because the drunkard did not want to chase after them, he followed them all the way. He had a lot of time to think and he was getting closer to the truth. He guessed the reason why Li Manman left. So his reaction was a little slower and his figure became more desolate. He turned around and walked to the east. His footsteps left clear footprints on the snow. There was hot air in those footprints. It was the flowing sweat. He sweated a lot because of fear and the truth. The eldest brother said in the capital of the kingdom of Song that he would regret it. Yes, he began to regret it. The small town was in the east of the Tang Empire. He walked very slowly on the snow and did not return to the small town until the next day. He did not go home but went to the only calligraphy and painting shop in the neighboring town and asked Xiao Xiaoshu to make a pot of good tea. After all, tea was not as good as wine. The drunkard held the small porcelain cup with 2 fingers and looked at the yellow tea in the cup. He felt the slight astringency between his lips and teeth and thought that at least the astringent tea could be drunk, but the astringent wine could not be drunk. Xiao Xiaoshu sat opposite the tea table with a calm expression. He picked up the teacups and sent them to the 4 corners of heaven and earth. He washed the tea with tea and boiled the tea with the sea. A pinch of old tea mixed with the steaming new water in the iron kettle created a wonderful tea flavor. The 2 did not speak but just drank the tea quietly. The drunkard liked this feeling very much. He felt that Xiao Xiaoshu was qualified to drink tea with him. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person, otherwise he would have invited him to drink the wine in his pot. The 2 waiters who were said to be the boss's relatives were still in the shop. But as time went by, the 2 fierce teenagers in Chang'an had now become young men. They looked much calmer. Zhang San and Li Si were playing chess, black and white. They were very focused and did not notice the drunkard's gaze at all. They were frowning and thinking hard, just like those legendary masters in the dark, such as those in the Lank Temple or the pair in the back of the mountain of the academy. They had also played chess in front of the drunkard before. They were very nervous at that time. They were the only 3rd-generation disciples of the academy besides Tang Xiaotang. If everything went well, they would become the next generation of mountain monsters like Jun Mo or Yu Lian in many years. If the drunkard knew about this, they would die thoroughly. No matter how powerful their teacher was, he could not save them. The dead could not be brought back to life, not even Li Manman and Jun Mo. In the drunkard's eyes, Zhang San and Li Si were terrible at chess. Of course, he did not mean that they were terrible, but he set his sights too high. People who had lived for tens of thousands of years were easily bored. Naturally, they would try all kinds of interesting things, such as games. The drunkard and the butcher had played those human games over and over again. Besides, as a grand cultivator, he was naturally very intelligent. One could imagine his level. Even if he did not add his talent to chess, no one could beat him on the chessboard except for a few people in the back of the mountain of the academy and the Lank Temple. If a high-level person watched a low-level person play chess, it would all be a bad move. After watching for a while, the drunkard felt bored. Coincidentally, the 5th brew of tea had been finished, and the remaining tea was tasteless. There was no need to make fresh tea. He felt much calmer. He stood up and teased Zhang San and Li Si, and told Xiao Xiaoshu about the recent news of the county school. Then he walked out of the shop. He still did not go back to the house, nor did he go to the tavern. Instead, he went to the only butcher shop in the town. In fact, the tavern was also the only one. Therefore, many things in this town were the only ones. Perhaps this was what he and the butcher wanted. It was dark in the butcher shop, and there was a foul smell everywhere. It was the smell of blood, meat, organs, feces and urine mixed together. The drunkard frowned slightly and tried to calm down his sense of smell. Then he found a cleaner place and sat down. The butcher was removing the hair from the pig trotters. A dozen white and fat pig trotters were neatly stacked on the chopping board and were being burned by the fire in his hands. With a slight sizzling sound, a faint burnt smell gradually spread, and the surface of the pig trotters became slightly yellow. The drunkard looked at the scene and shook his head. He took down the flagon from his waist and began to drink. He knew very well why the butcher refused to give up this business or hobby, but he really had no interest in it. After removing the hair from the pig trotters, it was time to cut them open. The butcher picked up the greasy kitchen knife and was about to cut it, but his arms suddenly became stiff. Because he sensed the drunkard's strangeness, because the drunkard spoke too little today. The butcher turned around and looked at him. After a while, he asked, "What's wrong?" He and the drunkard had lived in this town for many years. Earlier, they had lived in another town. They knew each other very well, and it was hard not to know each other. For many years, they just hid and enjoyed the fun that they had enjoyed countless times and had become boring. It was not until these years that they returned to the human world. To be more precise, it was the drunkard who returned to the human world, because he was faster. The butcher was still the same as before, slaughtering pigs and sheep in the butcher shop, and eating pig trotters and sheep heads every day. But if there was something that the drunkard could not solve, he would naturally put the butcher's knife on his waist, walk out of the butcher shop, and start killing. He knew what the drunkard was doing recently, to keep an eye on the first disciple of the headmaster of academy, and then he went to the capital of the kingdom of Song. He also knew that Yi Su was already dead. When he sensed the divine light by the East Sea, he was also moved by the sacred meaning hidden in it. The drunkard did not directly answer his question, but continued to drink, like a whale swallowing the sea. He drank with the state of immeasurable, and did not put down the flagon for a long time. Until an hour later, when the last drop of wine dripped from the flagon, it was finally empty. Except for the time when Sang Sang drank it all, the flagon had never really been empty. But today, it was empty. The drunkard drank all the wine in the flagon. The butcher's expression became extremely serious. He had not seen the drunkard so nervous for many years. The last time was when Haotian came to the human world and came to the small town, and the second time was when the old yellow bull dragged a broken cart into the town. The drunkard put down the flagon and looked up at him. With this movement, all the wine that was poured into his stomach turned into sweat, and overflowed from the tens of thousands of pores on the surface of his body. In the sound of splashing, his body became the source of a waterfall. Countless streams of water gushed out and flowed everywhere, instantly washing all the bones, minced meat and blood on the butcher's shop floor. His body was like a wine bag, which was now emptied. After the water washed the floor, it was blown away by the cold wind outside the butcher's shop. Countless streams of airflow blew around, making the signboard of the butcher's shop flutter. It was not peaceful. The butcher looked at his pale cheeks, and held the knife tighter in his hand. "There is something, maybe there is something I did wrong." The drunkard looked at him and murmured, "Li Man Man said I would regret it. Now that I think about it, I do regret it. I don't know if it can be redeemed." The butcher slightly frowned, put the knife on his waist, and walked in front of him. He said condescendingly, "Yi Su's death is a good thing." The drunkard said, "Now it seems that both the academy and Taoism want to weaken Haotian, so Yi Su's death is not necessarily a good thing." The butcher asked, "What do you mean?" "I didn't understand it at first, until I saw Li Man Man passing by Chang and without entering. Then I thought of a possibility." A touch of fear flashed in the drunkard's eyes, and he said, "He left Chang and city and disappeared without a trace. The Chen Mao left Peach Mountain, and no one knows where he went. What do they want to do? What is more important than the entire human world?" The butcher was a man of few words, and he looked a little clumsy and sometimes timid. But in fact, he never lacked wisdom. He quickly figured out that what was more important than the entire human world was, of course, the divine kingdom. He raised his head and looked through the broken asbestos tiles above the butcher's shop to the dark sky, as if he wanted to see clearly what was going on in the divine kingdom. The headmaster and Haotian had been fighting there for several years, and no news had been transmitted to the human world. There was no thunder, no rain, no hurricane, and no oracle. However, it was destined to be the most important battle since the birth of this world. It would determine the direction of the human world. As the saying goes, the peach and plum do not speak, the bottom will naturally form its own path. If the mountains do not speak, the autumn wind will naturally avoid it. Well, these metaphors were not appropriate. The butcher and the drunkard could naturally sense that the headmaster did not have any advantage in that battle, and the bright moon was gradually dimming. He sat down in front of the drunkard, picked up the bucket beside him, and began to drink. Only endless clear water could slightly calm the anxiety in his heart. That was the anxiety caused by anxiety. The Abbey Dean and Li Man were both missing. What were they looking for in the human world? What they were looking for was more important than the entire human world, and that was the divine kingdom, or in other words, the great existence that everyone thought had returned to the divine kingdom. Let alone the academy, what would the Abbey Dean do after finding that existence? Everything he did pointed to something bad. The more the butcher thought about it, the more frightened he became. Did someone really dare to kill Haotian? This thought was like a bone-paring knife grinding on his body, making him itch to the extreme, pain to the extreme, terror to the extreme, and unease to the extreme. After an unknown period of time, he finally put down the bucket of water. The water that had entered his body turned into sweat and flowed out, drenching his oily clothes and leather apron. It dripped to the ground and flowed again, but the water carried a faint smell of blood. Even if Haotian really did not return to the divine kingdom, why did he kill her? Why did he dare to kill her? Why did he kill her? As for why, I don't understand. Even if the new stream would weaken her, even if she could not help her in the divine kingdom because of the headmaster, how could he defeat her? His arrogance makes me uneasy and puzzled. The drunkard said with a pale face, as for why he killed her, I dare not think about it. I think even Buddha would not dare to think like that. Butcher's expression was extremely ugly, and he shouted, he is actually audacious to the extreme. The drunkard said bitterly, when was he ever timid? I will spend this month with all of you. Shake hands. Chapter 1078. The butcher was silent. He recalled that years ago, the Abbey Dean sent the drunkard to the West Wilderness to meet the chief monk of Scripture. He was also trying to harm her. She is indeed the most powerful person in Taoism in 1,000 years. The butcher stood up, wiped the water stains off his clothes, and sighed. The drunkard looked at him and said, what should we do? Or rather, what should we choose? The butcher said, don't forget that there are 2 Haotians now. If she did not return to the divine kingdom and was still in the human world, then there would be one in heaven and one in the human world. But no one knew which one was the real one. If I follow the wishes of the one in heaven, the chances of success will be very high. But I don't know if the one in heaven will fulfill the agreement between us and the one in the human world. So we can't let the one in the human world die. The drunkard and the butcher had lived for too long, so they were afraid of death. When the light of Haotian shrouded the human world, they hid like rats. When the headmaster found them, they remained silent. When the headmaster ascended to heaven and the Abbey Dean landed, they remained silent. They never had the courage to rise up. But they still had greed, which was like the combination of countless human instincts. It was so strong and so unwilling. They wanted eternity. Eternity did not belong to the human world, but to the divine kingdom. They got Sangsang's promise or gift, so they calmed down and became happy, no longer guarding the boring life of the past tens of thousands of years. Until now, they found that there might be two Haotians. This had happened before. When Sang Sang traveled with Ning Ke in the human world, or even earlier, when she lived with Ning Ke in the city of Wei in the Min Mountain, there had always been two Haotians. But one of them did not wake up. When she woke up, she and the one in the Divine Kingdom were inseparable. But the Abbey Dean's recent behavior indicated that, the one who did not return to the Divine Kingdom and the one who stayed in the Divine Kingdom had stepped into different rivers. In that case, was the agreement between them still valid? What did the Haotian in the Divine Kingdom think? Who should they follow? The butcher looked at the drunkard and said seriously, "Fortunately, there are two of us. If there are really two Haotians, then, we can each guard one." The drunkard stood up and said, "That's the only way. Even if we make a wrong choice, we won't lose everything. We can still do something at the last moment." The butcher said, "You go too." The drunkard said, "Of course." The butcher said, "If she hasn't returned to the Divine Kingdom and is still in the human world, you must find her before the Abbey Dean and Li Man Man." The drunkard said, "What about you?" The butcher walked back to the chopping board and threw the trotters into the pot. Looking at the trotters floating in the brine, he said, "I'm going to Peach Mountain. If Haotian Taoism is really acting according to the will of the Divine Kingdom, then they need my help." Other than the painting and calligraphy shop, the butcher shop, and the wine shop, there was also a gambling house in the town. There were not many people living in the town, and there were very few wealthy families. There were also relatively few lazy gamblers, so the business of the gambling stalls had never been good. However, this did not affect the fact that many men in the town came to report every day and never got tired of it. Zhang San and Li Si stood in front of the table, looking at the chips and patterns of different sizes, listening to the dealers shout and smelling the fragrance of cosmetics and alcohol around them. They were very excited. Li Si liked to fool around when he was in Chang'an, so he was not a good boy. Zhang San was also very competitive in his hometown. He had broken the heads of many villagers for his mother's sake. Moreover, they had only been in the academy for a short time, so they did not have the chance to receive Li Manman's moral education and Jun Mo's stick education. Therefore, they had no resistance to gambling. Why do we always lose? After losing a few more copper coins, Li Si gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "I don't believe it's a technical problem, and it can't be a problem of intelligence." Zhang San reminded him, "We played a few rounds with the youngest uncle, but didn't we always lose?" The youngest uncle said it's a problem of character. Is our character not good enough? If not, why would the teacher choose us? Are you the Prime Minister's son, or am I the princess's brother? Li Si said angrily. He took out a handful of broken silver and stuffed half of it into Zhang San's hand. Then, he slammed it on the table. "Take it with both hands. I'll bet on the big one, you bet on the small one. Someone will win." Not long after, Zhang San and Li Si left the gambling house sulkily and went back to the shop with their heads down. Chao Xiaoshu was washing the chess pieces with clean water. Seeing their expressions, he knew they had lost all again. He smiled and asked about the situation. "Betting on both sides will definitely lose. People who do this are really stupid." Chao Xiaoshu said with a smile, but his eyes did not fall on Zhang San and Li Si. Instead, he looked over their shoulders at the butcher's shop on the other side of the street. Zhang San and Li Si looked very calm, no longer cursing like before. It seemed that they did not care about the broken silver they lost in the gambling house at all. To go to the gambling house, they had to pass the butcher's shop. They could hear the people in the butcher's shop talking. Yes, the people in the shop must know, but Zhang Nianzu was just Zhang San, and Li Guangdi was just Li Si. They were just ordinary people, just like their names. Who would care? I'll write a letter. Chao Xiaoshu walked to the backyard. In the butcher's shop, the butcher and the drunkard sat facing each other in silence amidst the clean water and the faint smell of blood. They had said what they wanted to say, but they could not calm down immediately. All of a sudden, the butcher raised his eyebrows. The knife in his belt whistled through the air. He held it in his hand and held it horizontally in front of his face. His body reacted faster and he had already squatted behind the chopping board. His expression was extremely serious, which was reflected on the shiny surface of the knife. He felt extreme danger. He had felt the same kind of danger several years ago during the right to light on the Peach Mountain. Today, the danger came again. The drunkard stood up with his long gown fluttering. It seemed that he would disappear in the wind in the next moment. They both felt the threat from Chang'an. The direction the iron arrow was pointing at was moving slowly in the human world, following that person's line of sight. Who was Ning Ke going to shoot? Blood and corpses were everywhere in Yangzhou City. The blood had solidified and turned black. The corpses were covered with snow, but they did not rot immediately. The Fuchin River outside the city was also covered with blood. Corpses were floating on the clear water. It was a shocking scene. A sacred sedan was by the river, facing the direction of the verdant canyon. Hengmu Liren sat on the sedan with his legs crossed. His young face was expressionless. But everyone could see his pride from his slightly raised lips and bright eyes. He had led the papal cavalrymen of the divine halls of West Hill to kill countless people in Qinghe Prefecture. The beautiful bridges and flowing water had been dyed red by blood. The green trees in the fields were aging rapidly. Magpies were rare and crows were perched on the branches. He was proud of his achievements and his power. He looked at the verdant canyon that was vaguely visible in the distance and stretched out his hands toward the sky. When Jun Mo fought against 10,000 enemies and shocked the world, he was just an insignificant woodcutter in the Revelation Institute. He regretted that he did not make it to the great battle. He was even more regretful that Jun Mo had lost an arm. So what was the point of winning the battle now? As he thought of this, the regret gradually turned into pride. All the emotions in Hengmu Liren's body eventually turned into pride, as if it was the imprint left by Haotian on him. All of a sudden, he raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. A gust of wind rose from the Fuchin River, carrying with it a faint smell of blood. The heavy gauze curtains in front of the sacred sedan fell off. One layer of muslin, 2 layers of muslin, and countless more layers of muslin quickly fell down one after another, covering his figure in the innermost depths. His subordinates beside the carriage and the devout believers in the fields could no longer see his face, nor could they share his glory and pride. Hengmu Liren did not like it, but he had to do it. He even had to be vigilant and restrain his aura so that his Taoist heart could be as peaceful as a dry well. Because if he insisted on his pride, he would be seen by that person. Even if that person could not see him, he would still be worried that he would be noticed. That was why he had to keep a low profile. Was it humility? No, humility was a kind of active virtue, and he was passive and low-key, so this was a kind of humiliation, a complete and utter humiliation. Behind the heavy gauze curtains, Hengmu Liren lowered his head. His young face was flushed with anger. He moved his lips and murmured with indescribable hatred, "Come out if you can, come out if you can, come out if you can." After leaving the capital of the Kingdom of Song, Long Qing led his subordinates and more than 2,000 papal cavalrymen of the divine halls of West Hill to the north. They returned to capital Cheng and met up with the papal cavalrymen who had been stationed here for years. The Emperor of Yen was in charge of the state affairs. He trusted his brother's ability and did not have the energy to deal with those trivial matters. His eyes were fixed on the north, on the eastern wilderness where he had risen again, and on the ghost-like peerless powerhouse. Yu Lian's purge of the eastern wilderness was coming to an end. The divine halls of Westhill had tried many times to stop her, but to no avail. Instead, they lost more powerhouses. In the end, they could only cover their eyes and pretend that they did not see anything. But he could not pretend that he did not see anything. It was not because the eastern wilderness was the place where he had risen again and he had feelings for it. It was because the Yen kingdom was to the south of the eastern wilderness. When the desolate man tribe moved south again, the Yen kingdom would be the first to be destroyed. Suddenly, Long Qing withdrew his gaze from the grassland and looked in the direction of Chang'an City. Just a moment ago, he felt a wave similar to divine awareness passing through Qingjing City. The divine consciousness was similar to the psyche power. No one in the cultivation world could have such a powerful psyche power. Even Liu Bai, once the most powerful person in the world, could not sweep through the entire human world with his psyche power. Then whose divine consciousness was it? Long Qing knew it was Ning Kei's. When he received Sang Sang's divine flame, or when he had the entire Chang'an as the source, only Ning Kei could sense an ocean in his divine consciousness could sweep through the entire human world. Long Qing was silent, but he was not as embarrassed as the butcher. He was calm and did not seem to care. He was not like the drunkard who was ready to use the limitless escape at any time. Because he did not know the limitless escape, and because he was not going to leave. There were only 3 people in the cultivation world who survived Ning Kei's 13 primordial arrows, the chief preaching monk of Xiankong Temple, Yi Hongyu, and him. Among them, he was the only one who had truly experienced the terror of the iron arrow. The hole in his chest and abdomen was still telling the story of that year. He was too familiar with the iron arrow and knew many things about it. Even with the help of Tianqi and Chang'an, Ning Kei could see everything in the human world. But he still needed someone to help him locate a place in the human world. In other words, he needed someone to push his target to the peak state. These were all calculated by Long Qing. So he was not worried, because Mr. First should have left the human world. But he still remained silent. After all, it was the 13 primordial arrows. A gentleman must shoot when he has nothing to fight for. The academy was very particular about shooting. When Ning Kei was ready to shoot, the entire world was silent. Even the most powerful cultivator, the most confident and narcissistic powerhouse, did not want to be his target. The iron arrow might not be enough to kill someone like the butcher, but no one dared to take the risk. During the Right to Light that year, the powerhouse in the Knowing Destiny state from Qinghe Prefecture died, and so did Elder Cui, who was worshipped by all the clans. They were both killed by an arrow. Ning Kei looked at the human world. His eyes moved across the vast wilderness, mountains, and rivers. The iron arrow moved along with him, and finally landed in the depths of the wilderness in the west. There was nothing there. There was no battle, and he couldn't sense any special light spots in his sea of consciousness. It was too far away, as if he was at the end of the world. Even when his divine sense reached there, it became extremely faint and hard to distinguish. But he still aimed there quietly, because he had to do something. He had to do it when the Abbey Dean disappeared in the snow and wind, and before he left Chang'an. As Long Qing calculated, his iron arrow needed the eldest brother's cooperation. In front of the imperial palace in Linкang, he and the eldest brother prepared to kill the drunkard in this way. Even though they failed, they still posed a great threat to the drunkard and caused a great disturbance after that, until Yi Su died in the small courtyard by the East Sea. The 13 primordial arrows in the most powerful state could threaten all the powerhouses. But it needed the entire Chang'an to provide him with power and cooperation. But many people forgot that it was not the eldest brother who cooperated with Ning Kei when he used the iron arrow to kill people from 1,000 miles away. That day in the garden by the Fuchin River, the person who had taken a step forward and announced his name had shocked old Master Chui to the point of releasing his full realm without hesitation, was June Mo. The snow and wind in the wilderness stopped for a few days. Suddenly, it started falling again, and it became more and more violent. The Golden Tribe royal court marched south in the snow and wind. Every adult man in the grassland tribes was the best cavalryman. Now the northern battlefront army was fighting against hundreds of thousands of elites. On the western grassland, the snow and wind were equally violent. The right royal court sent out all the best cavalrymen. They were far away from the central plains and had not fought for many years. They did not go south to the Yueluan kingdom, nor did they take the risk of returning to the east to the horrible quagmire. Instead, they headed for the farther west. The bitter cold weather and the difficult supply of food did not make them hesitate. Because they were going to a place called Xiankong Temple. Chapter 1079. First of all, today's chapter has been updated. I've written a lot, 10,000 words. It's the most I've written in a year. The reason for this is naturally because I'm having a good time writing. I can't stop taking medicine, nor can I stop writing. Secondly, I'm very satisfied with today's chapter. When I wrote it, it felt very grand. Thirdly, some readers are asking about the goal of the monthly votes. I really don't want everyone to work hard. I don't want to work hard either. In any case, I just have to work hard and write seriously. But I have to tell the truth, don't talk nonsense and be humble. Of course, the higher the better. There's no need to be polite about this kind of thing. Anyway, it's only this month. What's the point of going through so much trouble? Just happily ask for it. Finally, I really didn't want to write a separate chapter, but after writing this chapter, I felt that it would be a pity not to do so. Also, I felt that I was thinking too much, and it really didn't seem grand. That kind of me didn't match the great temperament of the ending of the night. Alright, I want to write a separate chapter, because I want the monthly votes. Yes, they all want me to act cute. I poked my chubby cheeks with my fingers and furrowed my brows in thought. What exactly is the act of acting cute? Please vote for the monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 1080. This was the deepest part of the Prajna Peak. Whether it was the peak, the plateau, or the bottom of the giant sinkhole, the distance was more than 10 miles. There was no difference. The sound on the surface of the mountain couldn't reach here. The sound of the underground river couldn't reach here. There would be no sound here. It was as silent as a tomb. The chief monk looked at the 2 iron arrows in his chest and felt the clear pain. He remembered that he hadn't felt this way for many years. It was fresh and vivid. A self-deprecating emotion appeared on his old face. He had cultivated Buddhism for countless years and reached the peak of the Vajrabhati. He thought that after the headmaster of the academy ascended to heaven, no one could threaten him anymore. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by 2 disciples of the academy a few years ago and a few years later? Do you think you can imprison me like this? You won't be able to drink or eat, you won't be able to hear any sound or see any light. You'll be weak and old, starved to death, or driven mad by despair. You might be able to survive, or even break free from these 2 iron arrows and walk out of the dark cave with unparalleled willpower. But by then, the Buddhist land that you've been protecting will have been destroyed by my iron sword. Jun Mo's words were not a threat or intimidation. Threats and intimidation had never been his fighting style. He was just stating the facts. It was only because it was a fact that he stated it so calmly that it was really terrifying. No food or drink, no sound, no light, lonely, isolated from the world. What kind of torture was that? No one had experienced it except Lotus. Even Lotus almost went crazy from the torture. What would happen to the chief monk of scripture in the end? The chief monk put his palms together with difficulty and looked at Junmo with pity. He said, "Buddha is merciful." He should have felt sorry for his own miserable experience and felt sad for the years or even decades of living in hell. But he felt sorry for the other party and the choice of the academy. If it was someone else, they might reflect on themselves or even feel ashamed when facing the chief monk's calm and compassionate eyes. But Junmo was different. Buddha is merciful, but the academy is not? Arrogant and disgusting. Junmo said expressionlessly, "For countless years, the Buddha land has turned countless living people into white bones and enslaved countless souls. The mountains are built with human bones and the golden top is painted with human blood. Is this the wonderful nirvana? This is the netherworld. Destroying everything and killing you and these bald donkeys is the true mercy." After saying this, he didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked out of the cliff cave. He casually flicked his sleeves, and the iron sword broke through the air again, cutting off countless cliff stones and blocking the passage. Wind, rain, light, and air couldn't enter. Ning Ke waited on the city wall for 3 days and 3 nights. The entire human world also waited for 3 days and 3 nights. Both the butcher in the small town and Hengmu in Qinghe Prefecture were silent for 3 days and 3 nights, waiting to see where his arrow would go. In the past, it was possible that he would not shoot the iron arrow. The so-called killing weapon was the most threatening when it was not used. Moreover, once it was used, it would break the balance between the two sides, so Ning Ke did not dare to act rashly. But now it was different. The Abbey Dean left the Peach Mountain and disappeared. The drunkard no longer kept an eye on the academy. The balance in the cultivation world had been broken. More importantly, the human world had sensed Ning Ke's anxiety, so he would definitely shoot him today. 2 holes appeared outside the city of Chang'an. They were not tunnels formed by the tearing of space, nor were they real arrow holes. They were just condensed clouds formed by the iron arrows. The 2 condensed clouds extended to the west and disappeared after dozens of miles. It was enough for people to see where the arrows were pointing. 2 perfectly straight lines of clouds appeared in the azure sky. It was just like the rainbow that had appeared in the sky from the ground all those years ago. It was an extremely rare spectacle. Many people in Chang'an brought the old and the young to the street to watch. They discussed excitedly and guessed which powerful enemy Mr. 13 had killed. The debate in the tea house was even more intense. Some said it was Chanyu of the Golden Tribe Royal Court. Some said it was the little slave named Ada, a gift from Haotian to the human world. The Tang Empire was the enemy of the whole world since the beginning of the war. People were dying at the border every moment. The people were inevitably depressed and gloomy. Today, the 2 clouds of arrows finally succeeded in invigorating them, and they even felt like celebrating. Ning Ke was also looking at the 2 condensed clouds in the sky. The sunlight fell on his face, making him look paler. He could not hide the joy in his eyes. The 2 iron arrows consumed a lot of his energy, but also brought him a lot. Some of the cultivation tools were legendary weapons, such as the chessboard left by Buddha, the Yulan bell, some sacred weapons recorded in the scriptures of Haotian Taoism, and the tomes of arcane that had just begun to show their terrible power in the human world. Of course, the Chang'an city left by the headmaster of the academy should not be forgotten. But most of those weapons were gifts from heaven, or the remains of people like Buddha. Weapons made by cultivators that could show the power of the legendary level were very rare. Now, except for the river and mountain sandbox made by the former sages of the academy and the masters of the Black Ink Garden, there were only the primordial 13 arrows. Up to now, Ning Kei's iron arrow had already shocked the world. All cultivators knew that it was a terrifying killing weapon, but only the people at the back of the mountain of the academy truly understood the principle behind it and why the iron arrow had such unimaginable power. The power of the primordial 13 arrows lay in Ning Kei's original whimsical idea and the incredible practical ability of the people of the academy. Its strength lay in the fact that it was a talisman arrow. Everyone thought that the primordial 13 arrows were arrows, but they were not. The talisman arrow was not an arrow, but a talisman. Or, the primordial 13 arrows should be regarded as an arrow talisman. Every time the iron arrow shot into the human world, it meant that Ning Kei had written a talisman in the human world. The moment the iron arrow left the bowstring, the talisman on the shaft was engraved, but it did not mean that the talisman was finished. On the contrary, it was the first stroke of the real talisman. Only when the iron arrow appeared before the target, the last stroke would fall there, and then Ning Kei could say that the talisman was finished. The talisman was a whole, and it was not finished without any stroke. The process of Ning Kei shooting the arrow was also a whole. From the moment the iron arrow left the bowstring to hitting the target, it could not be cut. So once the iron arrow was shot, it was powerful and indestructible. The big talisman written by the iron arrow was a whole, and naturally did not need the concept of time and space. So its performance was even more unimaginable than the limitless state. At the same time, because the talisman was interconnected from the beginning to the end, Ning Kei did not need to look. He only needed to know where the last stroke should fall, and then he could make the iron arrow fall there. In his sense of perception, when he was writing the talisman, Chang and city in the distant west wilderness were essentially connected. The talisman was only finished when the arrow landed on the cliff plateau and appeared in front of the chief preaching monk. Even space could not cut the talisman, nor could it stop the iron arrow. Coupled with the power of Chang and city, what could the indestructible Buddha body do? When the academy first developed the primordial 13 arrows, no one really understood the principle behind it. Jun Mo could not understand it, and neither could Ning Quebec. It was not until a long time later, when he shot Elder Chui to death at the right to light, that he vaguely understood it. Today, on the city wall of Chang and city, he shot 2 arrows toward the western wilderness, and he learned how to write this kind of big talisman. He knew that this was very important to him, even more important than shooting the chief preaching monk. Because this was the expectation of his teacher Yen Sei before he died, and it was also what he was destined to do. Of course, as Long Qing had calculated, the primordial 13 arrows needed to be coordinated. He and Jun Mo were thousands of miles apart, and before the iron arrow appeared, it could not send any information in advance during the process of writing the talisman. He could only wait and hope that second brother could calculate what he wanted, and hope that he could see the chief preaching monk in his sense of perception. Jun Mo had been fighting in the underground world for several years, but he had only broken through the mountain once and fought with the chief monk of scripture once. Ning Kei's expectation seemed to be extravagant or wishful thinking, but he did it anyway. He waited for 3 days and 3 nights. It turned out that Ning Kei was right. He and Jun Mo had no contact with each other, but they naturally had a tacit understanding and knew each other's mind. Just like the iron arrow talisman, no one could cut it off. Ning Kei did not know the current situation in Xiankong Temple, and did not know whether the chief preaching monk had been seriously injured by his iron arrow. But he could clearly feel that his 2 arrow talismans were written perfectly, so second brother would definitely do the rest well. His only regret was that the 2 iron arrows had seriously damaged him. Even with his current state, it was difficult for him to carry the power of Chang and to the far west. At this time, the God-stunning array was constantly replenishing his psyche power, but he could not shoot 2 iron arrows as powerful as before in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would have shot all the iron arrows in the quiver until he killed the chief preaching monk. No one knew better than him how important it was to help second brother destroy the Buddha land as soon as possible. Jun Mo had held up the entire Buddhism sect, the Right King's palace, and the Yueluan kingdom in the West Wilderness. It seemed that he had shouldered a heavy burden for the academy and the Tang Empire, but Ning Ke hoped that he could return to Chang'an. The iron sword should be wielded on a bigger stage, and his iron sword should be used to kill stronger powerhouses, such as the person who was walking toward Peach Mountain. Ning Ke looked away from the two clouds in the sky and turned to the east. Just when everyone thought he would put away the bow, he pulled the bow again and shot an arrow toward the east without any warning. Many people of Chang'an were watching from below the city wall. Because the city wall was too high, they could not see what was happening above, but they could vaguely see Ning Ke's movements. Seeing that he suddenly pulled the bow again, the people below the city wall suddenly exclaimed. Black masses of people surged toward this direction like a tide, wanting to see more clearly. The crowd suddenly became silent. They watched the iron arrow leave the bowstring, and with a light clang, it disappeared in the cold winter wind. Boom! Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison. They were shocked and exclaimed that they had no regrets witnessing this scene with their own eyes. They were also cheering for the master of the academy. A clear and straight cold cloud appeared in the blue sky again, as if the iron arrow had torn a path in the chi of heaven and earth and even the heaven and earth itself. But in fact it was the iron arrow that had created a path between heaven and earth, a path that did not belong to heaven and earth. That was the way of connecting the strokes of the talisman arrow. The talisman arrow was the talisman arrow, and Ning Ke's talisman ended in the faraway capital Cheng. It was snowing in capital Cheng of the Yen Kingdom. Pure white snowflakes kept falling from the dark leaden clouds. And in the depths of the clouds, faint cyan lightning flashed from time to time. Some of the lightning even penetrated the clouds and came to the desolate fields along with the falling snow. Thunder in winter, rain and snow in summer, wind and snow were common in this season, but lightning was extremely rare. The scene was extremely strange, as if there was great danger or some kind of power shuttling in it. Long Qing brushed off the snow on his shoulders and looked into the depths of the clouds outside the city. His eyes passed through the falling snowflakes and fell on those high places. He looked a little solemn. Vaguely, he saw a cyan robe fluttering by. But the snow was too thick and the lightning was too dense. He could not be sure whether what he saw was real or an illusion. Suddenly, a faint shadow passed through the snowstorm in the high sky. Several lightning brushed past the figure and struck down. It looked extremely dangerous and the scene was extremely shocking. Long Qing was sure that what he saw this time was real, because the figure flew to the top of the city wall of capital Cheng. He even vaguely smelled a burning smell. Eldest brother's cotton-padded clothes were scorched by the bolts of lightning in the clouds. If he had reacted a little slower, he might have already bid farewell to this world. Even so, he looked extremely disheveled. The cotton in the torn cotton-padded clothes and the blood that flowed out were smeared together in a messy manner. It was a very unsightly sight. Long Qing suddenly became serious. The snowflakes around him suddenly swung away. He grabbed the snow with his right hand and a very dark black peach blossom appeared in front of him to protect him. In the capital of the Kingdom of Song, Mr. First did not attack him because the drunkard was beside him and also because he had the tomes of arcane in his hand. At this time, the tomes of arcane were still in his arms. But he was sure that Li Man would attack him. Anyone could understand that Mr. First, who risked his life to escape from the state of limitless and appeared in capital Cheng, would definitely do something. As Long Qing expected, the eldest brother flew to the top of the city wall with a seemingly ordinary stick in his hand. He hit Long Qing's head with it. Long Qing did not dare to hesitate. He held the black peach blossom in his right hand and held the remnant of the arcane tome of the sand in his left hand. He was ready to fight at any time. The seemingly ordinary stick actually had a long history. It was a Buddhist commandment stick made by the headmaster after he founded the academy. It was specially used to beat disobedient students. After the headmaster ascended to heaven, the Buddhist commandment stick was naturally given to the eldest brother. The Buddhist commandment stick had beaten the Abbey Dean to the South Sea for decades. It had also beaten the Yueluan kingdom king to death in the wilderness in front of the Pamir Mountains. Just like the original use of the stick, it was natural for a teacher to beat a student. How could a student avoid it? Since it could not be avoided, it was usually unavoidable. Long Qing knew that he could not avoid the stick, so he could only use the peach blossom to block it. He had the psyche power and essence of thousands of Taoism cultivators in his body. In terms of quantity, he was invincible. But facing Mr. First's stick, he did not dare to underestimate it. He released all his states without hesitation. The stick fell on the peach blossom. The peach blossom naturally withered. The masters and disciples of the academy always liked to mess with the peach blossoms of Taoism. The headmaster cut off all the peach blossoms on the mountain, so there would be successors. Long Qing's face became extremely pale, and the scar became very clear. It was not as inconspicuous as it usually was, but looked very ferocious. His arms kept trembling, and his feet were deeply stuck in the city wall. He could not free himself. The black peach blossom dispersed, and countless powders with the substantial qi of heaven and earth blew in all directions. The protruding bricks on the city wall were all blown into powder. Eldest brother did not stop. He disappeared in the snow again, passing through the horrible lightning, and chased after the cyan robe. Long Qing looked calm, but there was a deep fear in his eyes. He knew that the cyan robe he saw at the beginning was real. Mr. First was chasing after the Abbey Dean. He saw Long Qing on the city wall of Qingjing City and suddenly came out to hit him with the stick. A casual strike from the staff had forced him to unleash his entire cultivation realm. If Mr. First were to strike him with all his might, would he be able to withstand it? Long Qing thought about these questions, but he did not know that there was a more serious problem waiting for him. He did not notice that the wind and snow outside the city wall seemed to have stopped for a moment. An arrow came from Chang'an. An iron arrow appeared in front of Long Qing. Long Qing's face was extremely pale, but now it became red, as if the blood flowing in his veins had suddenly sped up. His blood began to burn at this moment, and the consciousness left by countless predecessors of Taoism began to help him react in the shortest time possible. Another black peach blossom bloomed in front of his chest. Compared to the previous one, this black peach was much smaller. It was sparkling and translucent, like the most precious of gems. Its petals trembled in the wind, looking extremely pitiful and pitiful. In fact, this seemingly fragile little spade was actually terrifying. The petals were flowing with the infinite aura of quietus, and countless strange auras of the psyche power. The iron arrow shot on the rustling peach blossom. There was a hole in Long Qing's chest and abdomen, which was made by Ning Kei's primordial 13 arrows. This seemingly weak black peach blossom was born from that hole. This black peach blossom was not his natal peach blossom, but his second life. This time, Long Qing did not intend to let the iron arrow pierce through him again. The moment the black peach blossom blocked the iron arrow, his hands had already appeared in the air in front of him, tightly holding the shaft of the iron arrow. An unimaginable power came from the dark iron arrow. Long Qing's 10 fingers grasped the qi of heaven and earth in the wilderness, but he still could not control it. On the contrary, his hands were instantly torn apart, and blood began to drip down. Just when the first drop of blood was about to leave the shaft, another pair of hands fell on the shaft of the iron arrow. It was a pair of pale, inhuman hands. It was still Long Qing's hands. Behind Long Qing, a vague outline of a human figure appeared. It was very blurry in the wind and snow, as if it could be blown away at any time. The second pair of hands still could not stop the iron arrow. Long Qing roared, and suddenly there were countless figures in the wind and snow behind him. Those figures were very faint, and in the sunlight, it was impossible to see their details. He could only be sure that they were all humans, and they all followed his will. In the roar, those figures collectively reached out their hands, like hungry ghosts in pain looking for food, or like sinners seeking relief. They reached out to the iron arrow. Continue to work hard, please continue to support me. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.